Parks and Recreation Department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children at ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So we want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great!
So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted to offer my skills. So I said to my friend, I don't know what to do, and I was thinking about my next steps. And she said, Maria, did you think about applying to a job at the city of Northport? They have a different vibe here. And she said, I'd love it. And I said, oh, I didn't think about that. So I applied, and I started my first position in planning and zoning in our development services department. I'm partnered with the building department because the fees are assessed off of the building permits, and it's strictly for new construction, new development. And the first thing I do is to check the spreadsheet, to look at the permits and determine which ones need me to estimate their impact fees. And that's where I start with that. Then I go to numbers that I have to put together, and I put together the invoices for our developers. Oftentimes I'll get phone calls to give quotes before the development comes through, and so developers want to know how much they can budget for. So sometimes I put through proposed estimates to help them with that. And the bulk of it is is making sure that the fees are in the system as fast as possible. I love the esprit de corps that I experience, just how everybody teamwork together. I enjoy knowing that I can make a difference for the city and that my position can have a positive impact for our city.
You're swimming in the pool.
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to
Good evening, everybody. Today's Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, 6 p.m. We're in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present, Commissioners Duval, Commissioner Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emrich, Commissioner Petro. There's a quorum present for the meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, Assistant City Clerk Powell, Board Specialist Lane. I believe we have Chief Garrison and Chief Titus in the house. I'd also like to acknowledge some dignitaries here, previous county commissioners Charles Hines and John Baxton, and retired Fire Chief Taft. Welcome. With that, let's see, who's going to do the pledge? Mr. Hines, would you do the honors?
Being honored, thank you, sir. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. All righty, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the agenda. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Assistant City Clerk, public comments.
Okay, we do have some in-person and e-comments. Start with the e-comments. John Parker, why were the referendums defeated by voters? The solid waste transfer station would have saved money and helped the environment. Being able to borrow money for emergencies makes sense, and our policies and our police and utilities also need sufficient resources in order to serve the needs of our community. But the rejection of the referendum items by voters is not evidence that we have a funding problem in Northport. It means that we have a relationship problem between the voters and city government. Northport simply does not have a united vision about the future of our community. This is the perfect time for city commissioners to survey voters about what we, the people, envision for the future of Northport. Instead of just rushing to seek alternative funding options for the referendums, why not take time to find out why voters rejected them? Perhaps Northport voters are an untapped source of subject matter experts that the city officials can utilize to help find the best solutions to the challenges we face. Many voters are concerned about out of control overdevelopment, which is like a runaway train. Do we really want Northport to become completely built out and more than double our current population? Impact fees for new housing and increased revenues generated from commercial development are not providing enough money to pay for more police, utilities, trash, and more city employees. Unchecked development is turning our Northport green spaces into killing fields for gopher tortoises, birds, rabbits, bobcats, and trees. At the same time, city officials are trying to take care of needs in so many areas of our city, and yet there isn't enough money. The defeat of the referendum demonstrates that we need a course correction. Therefore, I strongly urge our city commissioners to find ways to bridge the gap between voters and city officials and help us come together to formulate a new vision for Northport, which will enable us to move forward together in a positive direction. Ron Orlikowski, what genius came up with the idea to place direction arrows at several intersections on US 41 in Northport? Seriously, if we're in that lane heading in that direction, already why waste money on something so useless? Not only that, the arrows are so wide you can't straddle your car tires to avoid having to run over those reflectors that have proven to damage your tires over time, and not to mention the annoying noise it makes. At this point, an easy suggestion cost-wise would be to just scrape off all those reflectors and leave the stupid arrows. I put this on the Nextdoor website and had over 5,000 hits, and that 95% of the comments made agree with me. Run your own survey and you will see what I'm talking about. With money needed for so many other things here in Northport, this was a pure waste off it. And please don't tell me that it was Dot that did it because someone from the city surely knew about it. That is, if I'm not mistaken, was your answer when I came up. Who came up with the alternate left turn arrows, as that one is mind-boggling to say the least. Robin San Vicente, good evening. I would like to comment and voice my concerns on the War Mineral Springs proposed conservation easement. I do it under general public comment because you have discussions prior to the citizens' comments, concerns under a specific agenda item. At first look, the conservation easement is good, and I thank all those involved. My comments, concerns are as follows. 1, conservation easement runs with the land and is enforceable by grantee against grantor. However, what happens if grantee dissolves their nonprofit and is no longer? Does grantee have the right to sell, transfer their rights to the easement? Is there a separate contract outlining contractual operational guidelines? 2, under 2A, it is stated protection of the geological, archaeological, cultural, and historical resources and features of significance. Who determines the significance? Don't like the way that is worded. 3, prohibited uses unless specifically identified as a permitted use. See my concerns on the permitted uses below. 4, permitted uses. What exactly are the improved versus the natural areas on the conservation easement allowing for these uses? It is not delineated on the proposed parcel map. 5, item C4, allowing for similar enhancements thereto following the 2019 plan. That wording, in my opinion, is too broad and opens the door to all sorts of enhancements. 6, item 4D, public amenities, including, again, my concerns are that it is too broad of a statement and leaves the door open. 7, I don't see anywhere that this conservation easement may not be amended, altered in any way by either party without the direct consent of both parties. Additionally, any alteration should be brought before a city commission at their regular or special meetings so that the public is fully aware. In closing, I will state again that I am grateful that the spring and its surrounding land will be protected in perpetuity. Thank you. John Rawlings, on May 13th, our community voted for 5 referendum items. All were rejected. This result reflects the public's voice and must be respected, but it's just as important to understand what that vote means and what it doesn't. Under the leadership of our commissioners and city manager Jerome Fletcher, who has served since October 2021, Northport has made real progress, all while keeping the millage rate steady for 5 years. That's a rare achievement for a growing city and a sign of strong fiscal stewardship. But a no vote doesn't eliminate the infrastructure, environmental, or safety needs for those referendums addressed. It just means the city must now find other, likely costlier and slower ways to meet what the EPA and state agencies still require. Voting no takes tools away. It doesn't take away the responsibility. As a resident of over 2 decades, I've watched Northport evolve. With growth comes challenges, and we must meet them with clarity, not confusion. Get informed from the source. Don't rely on social media voices, especially those who silence disagreement or no longer live here. To shape your view of our government, disagreement is healthy, but deliberate mistrust rooted in personal agendas or past roles hurts progress. Words matter. Attacking or inflammatory language doesn't build dialogue. It sows division and distrust in those trying to serve. We can disagree without tearing down. We can question without assuming the worst. Let's get back to that. Let's rise above the noise, focus on the real solutions, and move forward together. I'm proud of Northport. Let's keep growing with facts, with integrity, and with each other. John Rawlings, citizen of Northport since 2000. Okay, now on to in-person public comments. Brian Soder. Over here, and you just have 3 minutes.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brian Sodre. I am a general contractor and owner of Minneapolis. We're dedicated to building affordable housing. And the way that we do that is by reducing the footprint of the homes that we build. We were fortunate enough to have a resident in your city call us to build one of our homes. We will be building the Florida's first 3D concrete printed tiny home. It's currently under construction. I'm here today, one, to give you the exciting news thanking you for allowing me to grow my company into your city. But two, I'm having some issues. Right now, the minimum building square footage in Northport is 900 living square feet. Well, our models currently range between 500 to 750 square feet. This customer opted in for the largest model, which is 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. Well, because of the city ordinances, zoning ordinances, we had to meet the 900 minimum living square feet. And the way that we did that is adding an additional bedroom slash multi-use garage area to the house. Well, and it's cooled. Well, now that we're trying to finish it, they're requiring us, instead of putting a garage door, because he likes to use it for multiple things, have an indoor-outdoor access, they're making us put doors. After we get our CO, then they'll allow us to convert it into a garage door. Here's the issue. Our goal is to build affordable housing. When we have to throw away thousands of dollars on a door and then get guys back out there to replace it for a garage door that you then will allow, it doesn't help meet our goal of building affordable homes. I'm here today because I'm asking for help. If there's anybody that can help me here, please, I'd love to give you more information and see how we can work together to make a difference in your city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Smith.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Scott Smith. I'm the Vice President of the Southwest Florida Police Benevolent Association, the union that represents the men and women of the Northport Police Department. Tonight, you find yourselves in a position that you have made clear that you do not want to be in. However, here we are. The recent special election, although a disappointment, should not deter you from your original plan to build a new police headquarters. You face a difficult decision to move forward, but I am confident that you are 100% committed, as you are more than aware of the issues at hand. You can continue with this project that you have already invested over $8 million in, or you can kick the can down the road for some other time. We all know how that ends up. The issue is not going away. Money will need to be spent to hold the line, such as bringing in portable structures to maintain rooms for staff officers and building another building for property and evidence storage. All these things are temporary solutions that come with a price. How long will you be spending money on a Band-Aid that could have gone to a new facility? The longer you wait, the more this will cost. I hope that tonight you will renew your commitment to continue with this project and move the city into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Debbie Blackwell.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Blackwell. I live in the Warm Mineral Springs neighborhood, and I'm kind of the ringleader for the Adopt-A-Park up there. And tomorrow we're going to put a whole bunch of plants in, which is going to be fun, which is, you know, when you look at the Parks and Recs, part of their goal is to build up the community. So really like working together with wonderful people in the Parks and Recs department to make that happen. I'm glad and overjoyed about the conservation easement going through. And I really hope with all my heart and soul that you dedicate yourself to seeing to it that it's carried out to its greatest fruition, because that's a really beautiful neighborhood up there. Planting a botanical garden with Florida natural plants, native plants, would be a good goal as you look down the future, and just stick to it and don't cave into anything that might divert your path.
Thank you, ma'am.
Baldy Oleander.
Good evening. I am Valdi Hollander. I come here in peace, and I am not a criminal. I have a dignity. Please, I am instructing you to respect it. Stokes, I am instructing you to remove policemen off my back. Let them go outside or sit here. Stop assaulting me, all of you. You have no consent to move forward unless adhere what I said. We, the people in Florida, have a right to instruct our representative, not what those previous people saying here. In last special election, people instructing you 5 times. I am to stop financial assault on the people. I am instructing you again, don't bring those 5 questions back to the agenda. Respect people's instructions. How many times I instructing you to write the authority with which agenda you discuss? Are you approving agenda without stating the authority? Who are you? How much time I have left? I'm going to give you definition of reasonable man. Through some militant feminists might proclaim this as an oxymoron. The reasonable man is concept critically essential to the very framework of our civil judicial system. The reasonable man is the fictitious person. In real life, there are very few, if any person, male or female, who could be said to reasonable in every regard. Our civil law invented reasonable man to serve as the standard for us. Either we live up to the standard set by the reasonable man, or the court may find us to be unreasonable. In tort law, for example, negligence might be defined as the failure to act reasonably, as a reasonable man would act. The reasonable man exercises care not to injure others, either by force or financially. That's what you're doing here. Are you reasonable?
Thank you, sir.
Eve Alexander.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eve Alexander. I'm a 15-year resident of Northport, and I'm here to speak about the recent rezoning of my property near Yorkshire Road. I don't understand how hundreds of properties could be quietly rezoned without a single letter, hearing, or chance for public input. I'm curious to know whose vision is guiding this change. Why would you impose an artificial urban-style plan onto an established suburban community? It's not in keeping with the authentic character of Northport. Entire neighborhoods, planned, purchased, and invested in as residential, have been reclassified as commercial. It's as if city planning has become a game of Monopoly. Properties being shuffled, reclassified on paper, without regard for the real people, investments, and intentions behind each parcel. What is the city's plan for addressing this unfortunate situation? Are you prepared to assist those of us with lots we are no longer permitted for their intended purpose? I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ask for clarity and ideally collaboration. If Northport is being reimagined, residents deserve to be part of the vision, not casualties of it. I respectfully ask this commission to revisit the process and move forward in partnership with the people who call Northport home. We're not asking for favors, we're asking for fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all.
Moving on to announcements. Good.
The results of the City of Northport special election held on May 13, 2025 are as follows. Referendum question 1 regarding debt issuance to respond to declared emergency or disaster. Florida local governments may issue certain debt for various governmental purposes. The city charter requires voter approval before the city issues any debt. Should the charter be amended allowing the city to issue debt payable from funds other than property taxes without voter approval to respond to a declared emergency or disaster? The whole number of votes cast was 11,435. Yes, amend the city charter received 4,585 votes. No, do not amend the city charter received 6,840 votes. Referendum question 2 regarding removal of residency requirements for city clerk and city attorney positions. The city charter requires that the city clerk and city attorney establish residency in the city of Northport within 1 year of being hired and that each maintain residency in the city while in the position. Should the charter be amended to remove the residency requirements for the city clerk and city attorney positions? The whole number of votes cast was 11,440. Yes, amend the city charter received 2,768 votes. No, do not amend the city charter received 8,672 votes. Referendum question 3 regarding general obligation bonds to finance a new police department headquarters facility. To finance a new police department headquarters facility, shall the city of Northport be authorized to issue bonds in one or more series in a total aggregate principal amount not to exceed $115 million, maturing no later than 30 years from issuance, bearing interest at no more than the maximum lawful rate and payable from ad valorem property tax levied, an amount sufficient to pay debt services on such bonds. The whole number of votes cast was 11,427. Yes, for bonds received 3,638 votes. No, against bonds received 7,789 votes. Referendum question 4 regarding bonds to finance a new solid waste transfer station. To finance a new solid waste transfer station, shall the city of Northport be authorized to issue bonds in one or more series in a total aggregate principal amount not to exceed $14 million, maturing no later than 30 years from issuance, bearing interest at no more than the maximum lawful rate and payable from the revenues of the city solid waste district. The whole number of votes cast was 11,372. Yes, for bonds received 5,426 votes. No, against bonds received 5,946 votes. Referendum question 5 regarding bonds to finance capital improvements to a wastewater treatment facility. To finance capital improvements to the city's wastewater treatment facility located on Pan American Boulevard, shall the city of Northport be authorized to issue bonds in one or more series in a total aggregate principal amount not to exceed $17 million, maturing no later than 30 years from issuance, bearing interest at no more than the maximum lawful rate and payable from the revenues of the city's water and sewer utility system. The whole number of votes cast was 11,420. Yes, for bonds received 5,584 votes. No, against bonds received 5,836 votes. There was no public comment for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept the election results.
I'll make it. Move to accept the election results as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the election results as presented. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to B 25-2300, announcement of current advisory board and committee vacancies.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include Art Advisory Board, Auditor Selection Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Firefighters Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Historical and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Veterans Park Advisory Committee, one resident of Northport to serve on the Citizen Advisory Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, any items been pulled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. One item, item 4A, DAG-24-113.
Okay. So I'm looking for public comments on the consent agenda exclusive of A.
No, sir.
Nothing. Then I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make it. I move to approve the items in the consent agenda, pulling number 4A, DAG-24-113 for discussion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Commissioner Duval to approve the consent agenda excluding item A, DAG-24-113. With that, let's go ahead and vote. See. Showing on yours, it takes me forever to vote.
Reboot.
I vote, it comes up on his. Why don't you clear it and let's try it again. Now watch. Let's vote. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's go by voice vote. Commissioner Petrov.
I'm a yes.
Mayor's a yes.
Commissioner Langdon, a yes.
Commissioner Duval, yes.
That passes 5-0. City manager who pulled A.
Commissioner Duval pulled it. I would like to sort of introduce it if you don't mind.
Certainly.
This is the termination of the Transportation Impact Fee Reimbursement Agreement regarding the Tuscola Boulevard Bridge, item DAG-24-113. So it was last fall of 2024, around November 27th, where our Department of Planning and Zoning received information regarding the Tuscola Bridge. The original agreement in 2019 said the estimated cost of the bridge was roughly $2 million, and the most recent engineering cost says the bridge construction is $3 million. So Public Works had concluded that the constructing of the bridge wasn't necessary, as well as a traffic impact study, but there was a large public voice that was heard when this item was originally approved. Therefore, we believe that it is necessary for that public voice to be heard and hopefully work in conjunction in the future with the developer to have a more centered conversation regarding how to move forward, either with or without the bridge, but to have this item on consent, only because the way it was approved on consent means we still should have some more community engagement regarding this item, knowing that there's a strong feeling in our public that this item is necessary for it to be a successful project. And Commissioner Duval, I'll turn it over to you, but I just wanted to say that, and we as a staff urge you to sort of defer this item to a later date after those things that I just mentioned have occurred.
Mr. Duval, it's your item.
Yes. When I first noticed this item, it was listed on the consent agenda, and considering that this had been voted on by a prior commission, first I was surprised that it was going to be on a consent agenda. Then I started to do a little bit of research about the item, and then I did meet with representatives of the developer. And then I started seeing more and more reasons that this should be discussed. One of the reasons, my reasons, was that I wanted to hear what my fellow commissioners had to say. When I meet with developer, that's a one-on-one with me and the developer, but I do not get to talk about this with my fellow commissioners unless we're in a public meeting like this. So I definitely wanted to hear what my fellow commissioners had to say. And secondly, I started looking into some of the possibilities of having this bridge actually built. Some of those were easing of traffic on Sumter and Northport Boulevard, easy access to businesses over off of Tuscola Boulevard. And I'm just going to list a couple of them, a few of them here. If that bridge was built, residents on the north side of the Cocoa Plum could easily access businesses like Blue Tequila, Sharks, Lowe's, McDonald's, Culver's, KFC, My Trucking Tacos, and they would not have to go on Route 41. They would not have to go out to Sumter and go to the stoplight at Sumter and 41. They could go to those businesses directly. It's a possibility they might even want to walk across. So for these reasons, this is why I had the item pulled.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I had my one-on-one with the city manager, and pretty much the same thing that Commissioner Duvall said. I had the same questions on, and I knew that, you know, back in the day, there was a lot of input from citizens, and I even explained it to the developers in the meetings that I had with them, that I wanted their input. I wanted to have the discussion. I wanted to make it available for the citizens to be able to weigh in. I did receive quite a few emails, and I have talked with quite a few citizens regarding this project. So my intentions were to move it to have a larger discussion, but in hindsight, I'm ready to make my decision. So whatever this board decides tonight to either move it or discuss it and see where we go from there, I'm good with it. So that's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Langdon?
Thank you, Mayor. A comment and a question. I do agree that the developer needs to have conversations with the community because this is a substantial change from what was contractually agreed to between the developer and the city. But my question is, I understand there was a traffic impact report completed. And if I'm remembering correctly, it involved traffic impact to Appomattox and Greenwood. Did it also include Sumter?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Langdon. For the record, I'm Gabriel Quintus, Assistant Development Services Director. Would you mind repeating the last part of your question?
Yes. Did the traffic impact study also include Sumter? The traffic impact to Sumter if the bridge is not built?
I can look that up right now as we're speaking.
And then a related question, before or after the Heron Creek development off Sumter? I think I know the answer to that one.
So, Commissioner, I can confirm that the study impact area included the following roadway segments. So Sumter Boulevard from US 41 to Price Boulevard.
To Price
Yes, ma'am.
Boulevard? Okay. And that study was done before the Heron Creek development up by the intersection of Price and Sumter?
This was done in November 2018.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot has been going on Sumter since that traffic study was done.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Mr. Petro?
Thank you, Mayor. I also met with Williams Parker, representative of the developer. and when met when I was at my agenda briefing, I wanted to pull this item, but it was already pulled. I have the same concerns as Commissioner Duval and Commissioner Emmerich presented. I respectfully accept your request, the developer's request to terminate the agreement. However, I do not think it's in the best interest of the city. And quite frankly, it's not in the best interest of the community that being developed. As a city, we try to do connectivity streets. We've done studies for connectivity. We try to alleviate the traffic woes, and this is I understand where you're coming from, and we probably should mention why you are requesting to terminate the agreement so the public would know. And in short, the construction cost has risen significantly on your part. However, that doesn't mean that the city should give into the terminating the agreement. Moreover, I do believe it's in the best interest of that community that is being developed. From what I was told, there's the number is over 500 houses plus businesses, and we only have 2 exits. It's not a lot. It's going to be it's just a matter of time to face the reality of and regret of granting the termination of the agreement. So I would like to discuss it more and maybe hear your presentation as a developer. But I do believe that the traffic will be significantly impacted on Sumter. Even right now, to get on Sumter, it takes up to 2-3 minutes to get out. And it's going to be worse with 500 houses being built and completed. Moreover, as a developer, I do understand your concern eating up those costs. However, being a small contractor, I understand. I do believe that those costs will be passed to the end user, and you will not suffer significantly or financially in that regard. That's all from me, unless we engage into more discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, I read through the DMP. I read through the impact reimbursement agreements. I read through all the exhibits. I did also meet with the developers' representatives, and you know, my concern here is that clearly the DMP was conditioned on building this. It says it right in the Transportation Impact Reimbursement Agreement. And I'll read the bloody language. It says that these parties are entering this agreement to memorialize the developers agreeing to design, permit, and construct the bridge for the city, and to establish the manner in which the city shall reimburse developer for all costs associated with the design, permitting, and construction of the bridge from transportation impact fees collected by the city. In other parts of the agreement, it talks about that if the cost of this project exceeds what was projected, which obviously it has by over $1 million, city's only obligated for 10% of reimbursement through impact fees for that differential. So this is clearly a developer who doesn't want to pay the other 90% of that uptick. And this project was conditioned on building this. There are hundreds and hundreds of property owners and residents in and around that area who supported this project because of that bridge. Anybody who's gone onto Sumter from Greenwood and Appomattox knows that it is not the easiest thing to do at certain times of the day. If this project is built without this bridge, it is just going to add an extreme burden It is my position, and I am prepared to vote for it tonight. I don't see any reason to kick this around. It's clear that the citizens want this bridge built. I believe it's the obligation of the developer to build this, and I think we hold fast and hold them to their agreement. As far as the city goes, I have some interesting concerns about why city staff didn't make any recommendations here. And if they have, what is it they have planned for the roughly $3 million worth of impact fees that they would like to hear redirect now to some other project? Not that it isn't needed, not that it doesn't make sense perhaps, but what is concerning to me is that citizens of this city relied on the fact that these impact fees were going to reimburse us so this bridge could get built. And now here we are as a city considering shifting this burden elsewhere, shifting these funds elsewhere, and this bridge doesn't get built. And what we have is a whole lot of unhappy people with 500 new homes here. So question I have is how many of these homes have been built? I know that before the 251st is built or issued a certificate of occupancy, this bridge is supposed to have been completed. How many COs have been issued in this project so far out of 500?
We can, Mr. Mayor, we can estimate about 50.
About 50 out of
Yes.
500. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because my take is, as far as I'm concerned, if this bridge doesn't get built, then I support rescinding the DMP and killing this deal. That's how I feel, and I'm prepared to vote on it tonight. I'm not happy the way this was presented. I'm not happy how this was handled, and I think the citizens, yes, they should be a party to it, but I think we already know how they feel about it. So if we want to delay this and kick the can, it just gives more time to delay and more time for more COs to be requested and more properties to be built. So, that's my take on this. City manager, I see you're up. You'd like to be heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you make your final decision, I just want to point out that the approval order for the DMP contains the following conditions relevant to the Tuscola Bridge Agreement. For a two-lane bridge, including multi-use paths on both sides of the roadway over the Cocoa Plum Waterway extending Tuscola Boulevard North, connecting to Greenwood Avenue, is to be constructed by the developer. An associated agreement between the developer and the city whereby costs of the bridge are to be paid by the developer and reimbursed by the city through transportation impact fees is to be executed as part of this development approval. The width of the multi-use path to be provided and the timing of construction of the bridge shall be specified in such agreement. If an agreement to construct the bridge cannot be reached, the applicant must provide the transportation system improvements identified in the alternative scenario presented in the traffic impact statement.
But was there not an agreement executed by both parties to build this bridge?
It was. That said, if the bridge wasn't built, it had to be done by alternative methods. There was no agreement that said the path had to be built or else.
But this commission does have the authority, if that bridge doesn't get built, to rescind the development master plan, since the development master plan was conditioned on this. I'll tell you, this is not a good thing, people. Okay? Not a good thing at all. And now we're going to hear, oh, we run the risk of legal exposure in the city because we turn around and deny a developer the right to bait and switch and pull this out from under the citizens. I don't think so. I'm not voting that way. Anybody else have anything to say on this matter? Commissioner Langdon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. One is the issue in my mind is traffic impact. And I would be open to an alternative way of handling the traffic impact. I know in previous meetings when we were evaluating projects along Sumter, the possibility of putting in a light somewhere was sort of broached. So I'll just reiterate my earlier statements, which is the developer needs to have communications with that community, because not building the bridge and doing something different was not part of the original contract and agreement with that community. I also believe a lot of time has gone by since we did that traffic study. A lot of development has occurred and is planned for Sumter. That study needs to be redone. And that would be the only way that I would consider not building the bridge. That's all I have to say.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I see Commissioner Petro wants to speak. I'm ready to make motion or motions.
I would let Commissioner Petro speak then, if that's
what I'm saying.
Yes, just on a final note, we've been fighting a lot to get connectivity streets, and here we have a perfect opportunity to have one more. We currently have, I believe, 2 in the process, and that's it. It's hard to get those things done for various reasons. Here we have a perfect opportunity to solve the traffic issue, and I do not believe that the traffic signal would solve anything besides waiting at the green light to turn to make a left or on the Sumter. It's not going to alleviate the traffic issue or the traffic burden, but this bridge will in many ways. So, and the second point I want to make is, from what I read in the agreement, and maybe I did not understand all of it since I'm not in a legal team or analysis. I have not done legal analysis, but I do believe that the developer has to fulfill his obligation to build the bridge. And as alternatives, those were presented later as a backup documents. We did not have any discussions. It was on the consent agenda, which I was also surprised to see that. But I do not believe that the traffic light would solve the issue.
Oh, I don't know if it would either, but I think a robust traffic study would be wise if we would even be open
The
to
Greenwood,
considering an alternative.
the Greenwood is not that long of a stretch, so it's going to be backed up both ways. And that's going to be a big problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and you know, while conceptually the idea of having, you know, robust discussions and interactions with the community and studies and this and that are all well and good, while every day construction continues and more houses are built, if the developer ceases all construction immediately until all those meetings take place, you know, that might be something worth discussing, but I hardly think that that would be, you know, something that would be agreeable to the developer here. So, you know, again, I'm ready to vote on this, but Commissioner Duval?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When I mentioned all the businesses that could be accessed by residents in that community and in that area, one thing I failed to mention was all of those businesses pay taxes in this city and they provide revenue to this city. And I know just myself, if I've got to deal with a lot of traffic, I might sit home and say, I'll eat leftovers. But if I have an easy way of getting somewhere, I might say, let's go eat out. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, I see you wish to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the direction of the board is going to be to terminate this agreement, I would ask for it to come back at another meeting so that we can prepare a proper termination document so that it can be recorded and handled that way.
That's if we choose
If
to
you choose to
terminate.
terminate at this time, correct. Or you bring it back another
All right.
time so we can prepare some
Thank you.
documents.
I'm entertaining a motion.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, we
submitted
do.
speaker cards for Peter Van Busker, project engineer, and Shirley Bailey, to asking to be heard on this item. We respectfully request that we be given the opportunity to discuss it with you as you requested.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have just one question real quick for the city attorney that just spoke. So what you're saying is you do not want us to make a decision tonight, or we can make a decision
If we
tonight?
terminate.
If you decide to terminate the agreement to bring it back to review an agreement for termination.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just wanted clarification on that.
Okay, ready for public comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we do have one voicemail.
My name is Tom Treat, 603-439-0141. I live at 3465 Lakewood Boulevard in Northport, and I do believe that the bridge should be built by Central Park as they promised. Thank you.
Okay, now we do have several e-comments. Stephen Skoda, the surrounding HOAs oppose the removal of these fees and the removal of the developer's right to terminate the Tuscola Bridge. Speaking for the Sable Trace Alliance, we believe the bridge is necessary to the safety of the current Greenwood Avenue traffic plan. Currently, the traffic on Greenwood has already increased and has become unsafe. The bridge will help eliminate congestion and unsafe speeds on Greenwood. Again, we would like to see the commissioners vote no to the request for the termination of the Tuscola Bridge impact fees and direct the developer to fulfill his obligation to provide a bridge over the Cocoa Plum per the original agreement. Gene Mitchell, having lived the last 15 years off Northport Boulevard and knowing the background of former golf course development, I strongly oppose eliminating the developer responsibility of putting a bridge across Cocoa Plum to Tuscola Boulevard. The future addition of 500+ residences in Central Park will make Greenwood Boulevard a nightmare to travel on. The road is narrow with a lot of curves. There is no traffic signal on either end of Greenwood Boulevard. There is also a park on Greenwood where increased traffic will be headed. The bridge was a necessary part of approval of the development and should stay. I'm a retired 35-year veteran law enforcement officer and know a little something about traffic flow. The developer is trying to line his pockets by avoiding their responsibility regarding the bridge. Dale Thompson, I oppose terminating the bridge impact fee for Tuscola Avenue. This was part of the original agreement, and the developer should be held accountable to do what was agreed to as part of the approval for the development. It is my opinion that with the increased traffic, the bridge will be necessary. Greenwood Avenue was not designed to handle the amount of traffic that will result from this development. Linda Wells, with the number of multi-dwelling communities, including apartments, condos, and single-family dwellings that probably number in the thousands, with the Central Park development that enter directly onto Greenwood Avenue, the bridge is a necessity and should be constructed as planned. Sumter and Northport Boulevard could not feasibly handle the additional traffic flow without widening roads and installing traffic lights. While numerous changes have been made to Central Park's master plan, this is not one that should be made. Keep the bridge. Patrick Maltby, Greenwood traffic would increase substantially and the Greenwood-Sumter interchange, not the best, will back up for those going northbound. It has tight curves going to Northport Road, not really built for heavier traffic. The original agreement with the city included the bridge and developers should be held to this, not allowed to drop it because they are trying to save money. Pat Mulby. David Green, the whole proposal with the bridge made this project acceptable to the community. There was a means to alleviate congestion with a huge construction project impacting a 2-lane road. Lack of a bridge is also a deterrent to business for access across the Cocoa Plum Waterway. All their construction in the area bounded by Greenwood, Sumter, Appomattox, and Northport Boulevard are 1 to 2 story units. Anything higher is out of place. Please keep the bridge requirement in place for the sake of the neighborhood. Debbie McDowell, as stated in the backup materials today, estimated bridge costs have accelerated to $3 million. To be clear, per the bridge agreement, the city is not responsible to reimburse the impact fees a penny more than $1,819,000 plus not to exceed 10% towards the bridge cost, $2,900,000 total. Now they are requesting to terminate the agreement due to higher construction costs. The increased bridge costs are not Northport's problem. The developer could have built the bridge prior to the 250th certificate of occupancy issued or after the 251st CO, knowing no other certificate of occupancies would have been issued until the bridge was completed. This deadline was a vital component of the agreement. The deadline ensured the bridge was completed before any adverse impacts were felt on the existing roadway network. The proposed termination agreement has one vital piece missing, a deadline for the developer to complete all the roadway improvements outlined in Section 5 of the termination agreement. It is imperative to include a deadline for these roadway improvements to be completed. Otherwise, the city loses assurances to have the improvements completed in a timely manner. There is nothing requiring the commission to approve this termination agreement. In other words, you can vote no. However, if you're going to approve the termination agreement, please consider adding a deadline to Section 5 stating when the roadway improvements are to be completed. In my opinion, the deadline should be prior to the 100th CO and withhold the other CO until the roadway improvements are completed. Yes, amending the termination agreement is well within your authority. If the developer balks at a deadline, then don't approve the termination agreement. Pure and simple. It's called leverage. They want something. The commission has no reason to give away the farm. James Forrest, due to the volume of traffic increase from Central Park, a bridge is necessary for access to Route 41. Without the bridge and/or no traffic lights, the increase in traffic will be immense. Anna Kaufhammer, the Central Park developers should be held to their original agreement to build a bridge connecting Greenwood Avenue to Tuscola Boulevard to alleviate traffic on Sumter Boulevard. Tamiami Trail is better able to handle the volume of traffic than Sumter Boulevard. It is extremely difficult to enter, exit Greenwood Avenue, McKibben Drive, Pocatello Avenue, Richmond Terrace, Bachelor Avenue, and Sansucci Avenue. With the current number of occupied homes as it is, the turn lanes that are proposed won't solve the issue, and it may actually exacerbate it by increasing road rage when people are waiting to exorbitant to turn. Furthermore, there aren't any deadlines proposed by Central Park as to exactly when these lanes would be built. Please vote no. William Kaufhammer, do not let the developers renege on the building of the bridge. Greenwood Avenue and Sumter Boulevard can be a cluster mess at times. 250 more homes in Central Park will only make it worse. Okay, now on to in-person public comments. Peter Van Buskirk.
Yes, sir. Peter Van Buskirk, as a planner and engineer with Kimling Horn Associates, represents the other party of the agreement, Sable Trace Development Partners, and I, along with Peter, Charlie Bailey with the Williams Parker Law Firm, are also on behalf of Sable Trace Development Partners. Is it possible, we were anticipating being able to make our presentation together. Is that possible?
Oh, you have 3 minutes, sir. It has begun.
For Peter? I'll speak for Peter. So I'm here on behalf of Sable Trace Development Partners. Want to kind of click reset and make sure that everybody understands what's before you. In July of 2019, my client did, actually in 18, acquired the golf course. In 19, obtained entitlements to develop the golf course. In October, and to be perfectly clear, as set forth in the agreement, the bridge that's before you is not necessary to serve this project. It's not necessary to serve this project. It's supported by the traffic impact analysis at the time. As reflective of my client's desire to partner with the city and seek to accommodate the neighbors to the greatest extent possible, when we were requested, or my client was requested, as part of its processing the development approvals to whether it would consider constructing a bridge, my client said we would be willing to design, permit, and construct the bridge if the city fully funds the bridge, all costs associated with it, to be reimbursed from impact fees collected by the city. We entered an agreement in October of 2019 because at the time, the city commission, its wisdom, based on the information it had, determined that the bridge would cost about $1.8 million, slightly north of $1.8 million. And as it penciled out at the time, even though it's not needed for capacity adding improvements, it's not needed for concurrency for this project, the city determined, okay, we'll construct it because if it's $1.9 million, it'll pencil out and perhaps there'll be some leftover impact fees with which we can fund other capacity adding improvements. Of course, this is a brownfield. We had the property brownfield designated and all that goes with that. We experienced the COVID shutdown and other costs that have caused some other things that have caused the project to be delayed. Fast forward to 2025, and the updated engineer estimate of probable cost before you is now somewhat outdated. It's about it was done in 2024. The cost now is actually $3.8 million. And so while my client, it's the decision before the city is not so much bridge or no bridge, it's so much if the city does want to bridge, the city is fully obligated to completely fund the entire bridge to the tune of $3.8 million. And so we're here before you seeking to the agreement does allow the bridge to be for $1.8 million, allow if there are unforeseen costs for the city manager to authorize those costs without amending the agreement. So it's not a hard, fast $1.9 million. And so we're here before you seeking to terminate the bridge agreement. This is reflective of, we've coordinated its infill development and we've worked very hard, and I think with former Commissioner Blucher and others to make sure the project was designed in a way.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, if I could be indulged just as.
No, sir, actually, I'm sorry, but respectfully, you've had your 3 minutes. Other people have had their 3 minutes. So.
Okay, I would just make one request. I won't speak any further in support, but we would ask that respectfully, as we are the other party of the agreement, please don't hold it against us that you disagree with the manner in which this is being presented to the city commission. It was, we just simply made the request and it came to you as a consent. If the city commission feels that further discussion is warranted, we are more than happy to engage in that discussion, provide additional information. But we'd ask that you not make a decision without further input from us if you're inclined to deny it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Bailey.
That was me.
Mr. Mayor, would be able.
But Peter Van Busker, I spoke for Peter.
For me to give my 3 minutes to Mr. Bailey.
They both filled out cards?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I think I would point out there's other.
No,
sorry.
Sorry. We don't assign 3 minutes to anybody.
Okay.
He has to speak on his own.
So what? I'm sorry. So what are you authorizing us to do? For Peter to
Busker
speak?
would like to speak. He
Okay.
may speak for 3 minutes.
I think Mr. Bailey's made a lot of good points. One thing I would like to read from the conclusion of the traffic report at the time, and we did look at traffic with and without the bridge, and basically the conclusion was that based on the resulting analysis, all study intersections are anticipated to operate at the 2020 AM and PM peak hour traffic generation. The intersection of the Northport Boulevard and US 41 is expected to operate acceptably during the PM peak hour. Future total conditions with minor adjustments to signal timing. All roadway segments are anticipated to operate acceptably in future total conditions. So the difference between having a bridge and not was adding some turn lanes into the project, which we're agreeing to do now because the bridge wouldn't be built. So in that way, we are carrying out what the traffic impact statement required to be done. And yes, initially the bridge was agreed to be built upon if it was going to be reimbursed, but in this case, the bridge is the price has gone up. I know you've dealt with this in a number of projects in the city. You understand escalation in pricing. The other issue that as we got into the design is that the Tuscola Boulevard segment south of the Cocoa Plum is not a city roadway. It is a private access easement for Lowe's and these adjacent developments. So in order to connect the city bridge to that right-of-way will have to be turned over to the city or replatted in some form or fashion to allow that traffic to come over the bridge. So there's another aspect to it that adds a little bit of complication that would have had been adjusted in order to be able to complete the bridge. So just something else that I wanted to put out there so you would understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Entertaining. City Clerk, do you
have a comment or something?
No, sir.
I'm entertaining motions.
I'll give this a shot. I move to deny the termination of the transportation impact fee reimbursement agreement regarding the Tuscola Boulevard Bridge, DAG-24-113.
I'll second it. Discussion, anybody?
Sorry, wrong button.
Mr. Emmerich, you already spoke? You already spoke. Okay.
Yeah, I made the motion.
Thank you. You were still up there, so. I
Oh,
wasn't
I'm
sure.
sorry.
Yeah, all I would say is, the parties entered into an agreement, they signed the contract, there was a commitment to do it. It's specified that if the cost of this project exceeded what was anticipated, that the city would be responsible to reimburse up to 10% of that excess in impact fees, and the balance obviously would rest with the developer. And this DMP relied on this agreement. The community relied on this bridge being built. And I absolutely would not support terminating this agreement. Mr. Langdon.
No, I hit the wrong button.
Okay, so you're not. So with that, unless anyone else weighs in, we're ready for a vote. Clerk, Clerk, would you kindly read it, the motion back, so everybody hears it?
A motion was made by Vice Mayor Emmerich, seconded by Mayor Stokes, to deny the termination of the transportation impact fee reimbursement agreement regarding the Tuscola Boulevard Bridge.
Thank you, sir. With that, there's nothing more to this item. Let's vote. That passes 5-0. All right. With that, I believe we are on to public hearings. And we have ordinance second reading, ordinance number 2025-11. City Clerk, would you be kind enough to read by title only?
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending Chapter 58 of City Code, creating the Targeted Industry Incentive Program and amending the Impact Fee Deferral Program, providing for finding, providing for posting, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, sir. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance number 25-11 was brought before you on first reading on May 13th. There were several questions that were issued and answered, which were provided. I will turn it over to Mr. Bowling to have further conversation, but we did want to allow us time to add in those answers to those questions to the respectful information, as well as some other questions at a third reading if possible, but I will let Mr. Bowling speak further.
Randall Bowling, Planning and Zoning Division, Planner 2. As City Manager said, we are requesting to move to a third reading for July 24th. This would allow staff to be able to research all the questions that have came to us and allow us to go to outside legal counsel for additional direction.
I'm opening this up to commission. Who wants to weigh in, please put your names up there.
I apologize. It is June 24th, not July.
Oh, I was going to say, okay. Wants to speak to this item? Why is it go? Okay. Vice Mayor.
What new information did you plan on bringing back? I mean, because I think we want to discuss up here about possible discussion about the percentages, you know, what we're doing currently compared to what you want to change going forward for these incentives. Because right now, you know, if we broaden it out, I believe it was 7 years and currently we're on 5 to get the deferrals to come in. I think that's just putting our money out there way too long. I think we need to collect it as it should be. So if we're under a 5-year agreement right now, why push it out? Another thing is too, is, you know, for different targeted industries, I understand we're looking for commercial. I understand we're trying to target commercial, but we don't have to give the farm away to get it. The numbers are starting to come in, the rooftops, all that stuff. People are starting to look regardless of what incentives we give them. So if it's not broke, I don't believe in fixing it. So if we're doing okay right now at like the 25%, I wouldn't want to stretch it out any further than that. I mean, the city has to build its infrastructure on a lot of these impact fees. So to wait longer means the citizens wait longer. You know, so I mean, I don't mind discussing it again a month from now. That gives us all a lot of time to reach out, talk to people, get the information. So I'm 100% with you, but I wouldn't have been for this going through tonight regardless. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, just a comment. Philosophically, I'm okay with incentives, but here's my concern. We have a lot of financial challenges facing us. And just so that people understand, if we dismiss an impact fee, we have to cover that amount in our general fund, correct?
Correct.
So we have a repair and replace item coming before us. We have 4 essential projects that we need to figure out how to get money for. I'm just really beginning to feel that I really don't want to have this conversation until after our budget conversation. I'm just concerned burdening the general fund with something that isn't critical. We have way more critical things that we need to figure out how to deal with before we grapple this. And again, philosophically, I'm very supportive of incentives. I might want to dig into it a little more. Giving an incentive for 10 employees, maybe not so much. But anyway, that's sort of how I'm feeling with this topic. I'd love to talk about it, but maybe after budget.
So I would say is to
Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to say that we as a commission board, we did not come up with this proposal. There's some notion that we proposing to delay or reduce the impact fee requirement on developers as a board. We are presented with the study or with the proposal, and then we discuss and vote on it. We did not come up with this, and I appreciate economic development trying to incentivize and bring up more businesses to the city, which is a good part on your work, and I appreciate that. But I do not believe this is appropriate time to do that, especially before the budget passes and before we balance the budget. But I want to hit on a few things. On affordable housing, 75% exemption is far too high. I do believe that it's too high, and for a couple of reasons. The developer who does, or any developer for that matter, who does affordable housing, they get a lot of grants, or they are tied up to the state and federal guidelines, therefore they get the grants. But in short, the impact fee money will not be available to be used for the infrastructure that we desperately need, and as a city, and somebody has to make up for those impact fees, and somebody is the taxpayer. So as a young city, we're growing, and I do believe that the developers will come anyways, and we can evaluate on a case-by-case basis instead of making it as an ordinance that is actually the law for this topic. So, but once we get closer to on the third reading, as we hear that you are asking for the third reading, we should be talking about more details. For example, should we tie the exemptions to any affordable housing developers or the ones that meeting low-income housing tax credit? Questions like these, we have to evaluate more in depth. And I do not think this is appropriate time to do it now. I feel like, personally, I feel it's a rush. We've been rushed into it. And again, I appreciate your work, but I'm not prepared to vote on it anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've given this one a really lot of thought, and I really, really have, because I'm certainly an economic development guy. I certainly want to see the city grow, non-residentially especially. And yet, to start with the easy side first, when it comes to affordable housing and workforce housing projects, quite frankly, I'm okay with incentives, perhaps less than what's being proposed here. But am I correct with workforce housing? Is there also no obligation on the city's part to reimburse or to make up the difference? Does workforce housing fit into that same definition? Because affordable housing, we don't have to make up.
Elena Ray, Director of Development Services. Thank you for that question, because that's one of the things that I was hoping to address. Affordable housing is statutorily exempt under the Florida statutes. The city does not have to make that up. Workforce housing does not have that statutory exemption. So the city would have to find alternative funding sources to make that up. Keeping in mind too, as we talk about all of this, when we first started talking about developing an ordinance for incentives, it was over 2 years ago. That's when for our new commissioners and for anyone in the public, the commission did give staff direction to work on an ordinance and bring it back, but it was over 2 years ago. And this ordinance has been in outside legal counsel for well over a year because it got sidetracked due to many other heavy lifts that the city had. But we were in a different time when the city commission gave that direction. We were still coming out of the aftermath of the pandemic. We had dealt with the Hurricane Ian and the economic issues that brought to us. So it was a different time in our city and in our growth. And so there are certainly things that are indicative of today's situation that is different from when we first got this direction from the commission. But there are certainly discussions that we would like to have related to the workforce housing issue. That is something that we are concerned as well about where that funding would come from. And the long list of improvements and capacity improvements that the city has that need to be done. So I think there are some other questions that we have that we would like to get more information on. I think we would like to have more dialogue with this commission because this is a different commission than the commission that we received this direction on originally. So I think those discussions are definitely warranted and is one of the reasons we would like to delay this.
I have one more question. And it was funny because our last discussion on first reading, I asked a question, but the truth is I didn't ask the right question. I asked that every incentive project was required to come before commission. However, the question I didn't ask is if this ordinance is passed and an applicant for this incentive meets the criteria, do we have the legal right to say no? And the answer is we don't, do we?
No, on this, you can say no because the city has to find funding. And if the city doesn't have funding or chooses not to allocate that funding, then you absolutely have the right to say no. And that's why it comes before the commission.
Except that the city can always find money. It just reaches into someone else's pocket for it.
Essentially, you can consider the criteria in the ordinance as a gatekeeper. In other words, if you don't meet this criteria, you don't get to go through the gate to ask the commission for the ability to do this.
And the commission would have the absolute authority for
To say
whatever
no.
reason they saw fit to deny.
Because you didn't have breakfast that morning, yes.
Gotcha. All right, that's good to know. The other thing is, again, in thinking about this issue, there are a whole lot of businesses that took their chance on Northport, invested in Northport, ponied up, paid their bills, and they're here and a welcome part of our community. I'm good with the deferral programs that we have. You know, you want to help a business and stretch out their impact fees. I sort of get all that, but to actually waive a percentage of them, to literally say, sorry, you don't have to pay those. It took a long time to get our impact fee programs in place. Those revenues are so important to building back infrastructure. We hear all the time, we need to fix our infrastructure, we need to improve it, we need to keep up with growth. And here, to incentivize a business to come to the second fastest growing city in America, the most livable city in the state of Florida, the place most people and businesses want to be now, we are all of a sudden in our infinite wisdom going to say, well, guess what? We'll just sort of make it even that much easier for you, and you don't have to pay those impact fees up to 50% or whatever. Conceptually, this is just, in my estimation, a horrible idea. And for those that we do have to reimburse, who's reimbursing them? We don't print money. So the taxpayers of City of Northport are going to subsidize businesses that want to come to the city. I mean, that sure doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me at this point, not when we are growing the way we are. I'm willing to take my chances that people are going to see Northport as a great place to come, and businesses will want to be here because we've got the population growth and because we've got the consumer base that they can make money on. So whether it's now, later, after discussions, I've changed my opinion on this item. I'm certainly supportive of doing something in the way of affordable housing and workforce housing, because I think those two areas are so important. And as a few people in this room could attest to, if we did everything under the sun we could do to help those two categories, it would never be enough. So anything we could do is better than nothing. So I'm open to further discussions on that. Commissioner Duval?
Yes. First of all, in the ordinance itself, I did make an effort to read it all. And I just want to point out what I believe is what they call a Scrivener's error. On line 475, it says, the following procedures shall be used by those that calculate and access impact fees. I believe the word should be assess, but I could be wrong, but it just stuck in my head. So I'd like you to look at that. Secondly, the vote to move this to the second reading was 4-1. I was the one. I was against it then. I'm against it now. When it comes to commercial, we need that 30% commercial here, okay? And I am for that. Because it brings in jobs. So many people leave this city to go to work. But when we get to affordable housing, if a developer comes in with a project and they're offering it 80% to 120% of AMI, a 25% reduction, I just can't see that. Those numbers on affordable housing, I just can't get by those. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anything else from commission? Any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. We have some e-comments. All right. Robin San Vicente, targeted industry incentive program, absolutely not. All the citizenry hears about is economic development and how we can help the developers and businesses. It's time the city puts the citizenry first and actually hears them. We understand the economic value of bringing in new businesses. However, it should not be on the backs of the citizenry. There is no need for this program. Thank you. William Kaufhammer, I am opposed to the city commissioners reducing the impact fees to 50%. We, the tax-paying people of Northport, will have to make up the difference with higher taxes. What has happened to all the impact fees collected so far? Anna Kaufhammer, vote no. Growth should pay for growth. Vote no. Historically, affordable housing projects are only required to be affordable for a decade. For example, Riley Chase was an affordable housing community, is now Lakes at Northport, whose price is driven by the market. Vote no so that the next police station, fire station, city hall, etc. you want or need will have more funds already in savings to build them. Over the past 20 plus years, various commissioners, mayors, and city managers have authorized and paid for consultants to advise the city on impact fees. Repeatedly, the money was wasted because the leaders did not follow the consultants' advice. Our impact fees were either waived, greatly reduced, or deferred because the leaders wanted to encourage growth. Yet the point of impact fees is growth paying for growth. This has not happened, and now you are crying broke and repeating the cycle. Your decisions are part of a long, ongoing problem. You are simply repeating your predecessors. You do not have funds for the police station because the impact fees weren't charged at 100%. While impact fees might not have paid for completely, every little bit helps. Stop the nonsense. Your vote yourselves raises, you give the city manager and staff raises at the same time you slowly tax and feed the debt of the citizens. You remove services, you increase costs. Why? What is your logic? All of you live here, yet you are blind to what you're doing. Press pause on growth, take a breath, and get the infrastructure in place. Vote no on reducing impact fees for anyone. That's it for e-comment, and we do have some in-person comments. Pat Neal.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thanks for giving me 3 minutes to talk a little bit about workforce housing. We intended to experiment with 32 homes at Welland Park in the townhome community. We have created a new affordable housing division in our company called Simply Dwell. Though I've been head of Neo Communities for 55 years, I'm talking tonight to you in my role as the head of our new affordable housing division. Our objective was to build new homes, primarily townhomes, from a price range from the low 300,000s. To do so, we have to be very cost effective. That is, we have to manage the specifications, buy appropriately, build quickly, deliver the home when finished in about 78 days. We can do this, and we have done so successfully over the last 55 years, about 25,000 homes in Sarasota and Manatee counties. We build currently about 28 communities between Tampa and Naples. We hired Jag Rupnarian, a nationally reputed expert in affordable housing. We hired him for our nation's best public builder of value-based housing, but now we've run into an obstacle which we did not anticipate. In fact, it is the first time in 55 years and 20 jurisdictions in which we've built that we have found a new obstacle, unfortunately, in the city of Northport, and that is that we've never sprinkled a townhome. The cost, including the fire sprinkler system, the signage, plumbing, electrical, fire blocking, insulation, cycle time, architecture, design, construction variances, warranty reserves, closing costs, and commissions, is about $14,760 for a home, about $97.20 per month. So our biggest challenge is ensuring buyer eligibility. An additional sum of $97 per month is a killer. These homes will be stretching even first-time buyers because of our current 7% mortgage rates. Typically, Neil and Simply Dwell pay $25,000 to $35,000 to buy down mortgages for those who buy our workforce or affordable homes. However, the customer sees no value in the sprinkling of their home. Initially, they get about a $7 per month benefit in their fire insurance, but the problem with sprinklers, of course, is they degrade over time, and that $7 per month savings, according to our insurance agent, actually turns after the 10th year into an expense because of inadvertent water damage of an older sprinkler system. So we were surprised to find that the city of Northport had adopted a fire protection system for townhomes, and we bought this 32-unit property before we had a full understanding, of course. We have an understanding with Welland Park, however, to build 400 additional homes of this type, but we'll have to choose not to do so if we can't find a way to reduce the cost of this housing. Thus, we are asking, if you please, for these and other townhomes that we build, that you adopt new language on page 24 so that we can furnish these homes to hometown heroes. That is, public employees who furnish services to people.
Thank you.
The rest will be explained by Christian Jennings, who will take off where I left off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Christian Jennings.
Thank you. So my name is Christian Jennings. I'm the area sales manager for Simply Dwell Homes, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about our mission for Simply Dwell. So we want to provide attainable homes for the workforce that is currently being pushed out of many of our areas, especially here in Southwest Florida. Since the opening of our first community, Broadleaf in Parrish, we've actually moved in 72 new homeowners since May of 2024. Of those 72, 51 are true first-time homebuyers, with a vast majority either living or previously renting near our community. Most in fields such as healthcare, education, hospitality, as well as first responders. We also have investor rules in order to make sure that our communities don't become oversaturated with investors. So we've put in place and allow only a maximum of 20% investors within our communities. And I can tell you that here in Broadleaf, we have less than 10% that have been sold to investors. And that goes back to our mission of providing that attainable home for the individuals that live here in Southwest Florida. The impacts of raising costs or having costs incurred, similar to these sprinklers, directly affects the end user's pricing, which goes directly against our mission. When it comes to first-time homebuyers, every penny counts and can make a difference between ownership, continuing to rent, or unfortunately having to move away from the area in search of that affordability. We're looking to do what we can to combat the affordability crisis, and we ask for your help in that mission with your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alex Chandler.
Good evening. My name is Alex Chandler. I'm the purchasing manager for Simply Dwell Homes. As Christian mentioned, we're the Neal Community's entry-level brand aimed at providing a quality home at an attainable price to the first-time home buyer. I'm here to discuss the City of Northport's fire sprinkler requirements and the effect it has on Simply Dwell's ability to deliver this vision, as this is not a shared requirement in Manatee and Sarasota counties, where we also build. This document that you guys received outlines the estimated cost impact based on a 13D wet fire sprinkler system. As Pat mentioned, direct costs hover around $9,500, and an indirect cost impact are just over $5,000, meaning that this requirement adds almost $15,000 to our overall cost to build. One might ask, why not just increase the sales price of the home? Simple, because we want to provide the opportunity of homeownership to those who otherwise may not be able to afford it. Speaking from the perspective of a first-time home buyer, as Simply Dwell provided my family with the opportunity to buy our first home, the home buying process is testing. The approval process is tight, and finding cash for down payment and closing costs is a challenge. All of these items are impacted by the sales price of the home, and a swing of a couple $1,000s could mean the difference between qualifying or not. In summary, the fire sprinkler requirements add a substantial amount of cost to build in the city of Northport, making it uniquely challenging to deliver a price point attainable by the first-time home buyer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeffrey Boone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Jeffrey Boone of the Boone Law Firm, representing Mr. Neal in his proposal here. And obviously, what we're talking about today, we would like the opportunity to work with staff. So when this comes back, then they'll maybe we can have something for you to make a decision on. We have some proposed language that we'll transmit to staff, and the proposal would be impact fees for each residential unit purchased by a hometown hero, as defined in the regulations that you would be adopting, would be eligible for a 75% reduction in impact fees, which shall be reimbursed to the developer per the terms of a development agreement that you all would approved by the city commission. A hometown hero, this is the key part here. So who's a hometown hero? I'm going to read from what we've proposed. A hometown hero shall be an individual who is employed by the federal, state, or local government, a public or private educational organization, a public or private hospital or medical facility, or a nonprofit organization that serves the city. And again, this is our starting point, and we'll be happy to work with staff on that definition. If you all, at your discretion, it would need to be changed, but that's our vision, Mr. Neal's vision at this point. The intent of this impact fee reduction is to incentivize and ensure that adequate housing in the city can be available to and reasonably affordable for those individuals providing vital services supporting the community. A residential unit constructed and sold to a hometown hero shall be considered an impact fee eligible system improvement per your ordinance. That's just sort of language at the end to tie it up. So in a nutshell, what impresses me here, and as you all know, I've been involved in a lot of stuff. So what impresses me here is that Mr. Neal is not just talking about this, he's actually trying to do something about it. I'm going to say that again. We have a developer here, Mr. Neal, who isn't just talking about attainable housing or affordable housing. He's proposing something to do about it. I would like to think there's a lot of different ways that we can try and tackle the attainable housing issue. One size doesn't fit all, and I really like this approach. He personally like this approach that Mr. Neal has come up with. So We would respectfully request that you all direct your staff to work with us on this proposal. And then when you all have the ordinance come back to you for your third reading, that we'd have some language that you all could actually vote on. And if you have any questions at that time, we'll be here to answer any questions you may have. So thank you very much for listening to us. And we're really optimistic we can make something actually positive happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Thaxton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, my name is John Thaxton. I'm appearing this evening on behalf of the Gulf Coast Community Foundation. Just by way of a little bit of background, I also serve as, I had served as chairman of the Sarasota County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. I was removed from that role at about 11 o'clock this morning. I'm still on the committee. I'm just no longer chairman. Drayton Saunders has taken over that responsibility, but equally as important, in 2005, I was the representative for the Florida League of Cities and the Florida Association of Counties on the state legislature's Impact Fee Review Task Force. We were charged with ensuring that impact fees are used effectively and efficiently to support the growth in Florida while also addressing the potential concerns about their impact on development and cost and affordability. So basically, I was the defender of home rule for cities and counties in 2005. And I'm here tonight as you exercise that home rule to support those portions of ordinance number 2025-11 that deal specifically with affordable housing under the 80% AMI threshold. I've not reviewed the economic development portions of it, so I will not be speaking to that. I would say that I'm very sympathetic for your deliberation. I have had firsthand experience with the difficulties of balancing affordable housing and the infrastructure needs of the community. But let me make a novel suggestion that affordable housing is an infrastructure need of the community. It is just as important as public safety, libraries, or utilities, and in reality, we need more affordable housing. If you had established a level of service for affordable housing infrastructure in Sarasota County or Northport, you would note that you would have a deficiency. While you have many other funding sources for other infrastructure needs, affordable housing relies predominantly on policy. And in this case, it is policy that promotes a developer's interest and ability to produce affordable housing. The dollar value gained by encouraging the private sector to build affordable housing under the 80% AMI threshold far exceeds the loss of impact fee revenues. There is a lot of costs that this board has to deal with that are associated with the lack of affordable housing under 80% AMI threshold, which is your service workforce. And those need to be considered when you look at a net result of your budget impacts of this one. And I would suggest that this ordinance results in a net positive revenue for Northport's overall budget. And I too would remain available to speak with staff about possible changes that can be made to better improve the ordinance. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, sir.
Pam Tokars.
Hi, Pam Tokars. I find it ironic that all the developers and builders that have bought all market rate development to Northport are now here asking you for low-income housing and workforce housing, which we do need workforce housing immensely. My only comment is this, is if the impact fees are going to be affected and the cost is now going to be put the burden on the taxpayers, is Mr. Boone wants to help with the staff understand this, is that you give the citizens a chance to sit and also provide input when it comes to this item. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Mayhe?
Yes, Chief.
Good evening, Scott Titus on behalf of the Fire Rescue District. I just wanted to clarify a few things. One,
We love and support the concept of doing something that helps our hometown heroes as defined. What we are not in favor of is reducing life safety abilities for our firefighters and for our community. And I wanted to make sure that we clarified. So the State Fire Marshal adopts Florida Fire Prevention Code, which incorporates, by reference, the National Fire Protection Association codes and standards, NFPA 101, which is the life safety code, and NFPA 1, which is the fire code. Those codes require sprinklers in those dwellings. I don't know how they're enforced in other places. I'm not sure how Mr. Neal does that. We've offered to several other developers here if they wanted to apply to the State Fire Marshal for a ruling. If they thought that we were wrong, they could do that. The difficulty there is if that ruling goes against them, then they'll be told they have to do that everywhere else. So I'm very confident we're applying the code properly in these particular units. What happens oftentimes in a lot of places, these types of structures, they call them townhomes, which is defined under the Florida Building Code. So a lot of times it goes to the building official. The building official does not apply the fire code. 3 or more attached residential units in the fire code is apartments. A townhome with that same definition falls under the apartment code, which requires sprinklers under NFPA 1 and 101. So I just want to make sure for the record that we clear that up. Okay.
Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
In trying to decide how to proceed, I guess I'm looking for some guidance here because there is 2 pieces to this ordinance. If we leave it intact and we send staff back prepare for a 3rd reading, and it is inclusive of the economic development impact or the incentive program for that versus affordable housing and or workforce housing, I have some concerns about the ability of this ordinance to get passed. And I believe it's important that we address and have more dialogue on the issue of affordable housing and workforce housing. I think that has viability. I think that there's a path forward to help the city in that regard. I am concerned, though, about the will of the board with regard to targeted industry incentives. And I'd hate to see everything fail because of that. So I'm wondering how the best path forward is. Unless we want to discuss more, if we can, I don't even know, about the incentive plan for certain targeted industries, because I'm not sure there's much of a support on the part of this board to offer those incentives since they have to be reimbursed by the taxpayer dollars. And I don't want to see any incentives for affordable housing go down the tube because of it. So I'm really looking for guidance here from somebody, whether it be the clerk, the attorney, the city manager, as to how we do this. Because, like I say, when this comes back for a 3rd round, or if we vote on it right here, I worry about, killing this whole ordinance. We could always come back with another ordinance for affordable housing and workforce housing. I mean, anybody have any thoughts on it?
Think you have a taker?
Or I almost answered it. We could just vote on this as it is and then direct staff to bring back an ordinance with regard to workforce housing and affordable housing by itself. That would give us
So, Mr. Mayor, since this also is like the former item where a former commission has led us to this place, and this is a time where you might need to sort of get together and speak publicly regarding the pros and cons of what is being asked of you, it may make sense to bring this back as a workshop topic so that you can have those options and information prepared better for you and laid out for you from the staff so you can understand the impacts of your decisions.
And how do my fellow commissioners feel about that, specifically to the issue of targeted industry incentive program? Do any of you feel value in having that workshop on that aspect, not affordable housing or workshop, but simply on this incentive plan? Or, have we heard enough about this issue? Because I wouldn't want to waste staff's time in preparing for this if we've, if any of you have made up your mind. I mean, let's hear from you. Do you want to simply defer this to a workshop to talk about it all again? Or do you have some focused opinions on the targeted incentive, on the targeted industry incentive program, excluding, separate and apart from affordable housing and workforce housing? Because we can always vote this ordinance down and then simply ask staff to bring back an ordinance with regard to incentives for affordable housing and workforce housing. And that's a whole new discussion, and we can vet it properly, and we can have community input, and we can figure out how we might pay for the shortfall on workforce housing. But, my real question is, where do you all stand on targeted industry incentive program? I mean, is there a need for more discussion on this, or do we want to vote?
I really, since my name is in the queue.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think there's merit in a targeted industry incentive conversation. Do I think it's currently structured correctly? No, I think it needs more work. And to assume that there's no benefit to taxpayers in bringing companies here that bring a number of good paying jobs. I'm not at all certain that 10 jobs, rises to the level that I would want to see. I think there's merit in that. I also think this is a new commission, and we need to have the opportunity to have these conversations, not just with each other, but with the community. So if I read Ms. Ray correctly, even she felt that staff would want to have an opportunity to review this, update it. The direction came at a very different time. We hadn't considered workforce housing. There's a lot of merit in thinking about that. And again, I would say it's absolutely correct that for industry and for workforce housing, we would have to cover those impact fee forgiveness through the general fund. But if we structure it right, and if this program helps attract housing for our workers and attract industry here that can substantially impact the quality of life and the level to offer good paying jobs and career paths and benefits for the residents of this community. In my mind, there's a lot of value and benefit to that. So I would, and I sort of have a motion, if you'd like me to go with it. It's very broad and very general, but I think it might help us all work on this in a way that really helps us move the needle from both a housing and a jobs point of view.
You, Commissioner, will hold that motion while two of us or three of us have additional comment. My comment would be a reiteration of what I said earlier on this subject. When it comes to affordable housing and workforce housing, I see the need. And affordable, the city does not. City taxpayers do not have to make up the difference on workforce housing. That's not the case, and I think that there's a discussion to be had there, and an approach that could be hopefully developed that would make sense, because we certainly need affordable workforce housing. When it comes to targeted industry incentive programs, there's just no way that I'm ever going to support at this point. I am not going to support using taxpayer dollars to incentivize businesses to come here. Okay? When they're coming here because they see a viable opportunity to capitalize on the second fastest growing city in America, they will do well. Other businesses have already done well by coming here. We have a lot of companies that continue to come. I just feel this is just to ask the citizens to subsidize this when the general feeling out there is, hey, let's slow things down, just flies in the face of common sense. I mean, I just, good example, the behavioral hospital that just opened. I think if I remember the numbers right, somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000 in impact fees. If they were afforded a 50%, the city would have to come up with $350,000, $400,000. Where is this money coming from? We don't have the money for our infrastructure. We don't have the money for police headquarters, for a solid waste transfer station, for a wastewater treatment plant that the Department of Environmental Protection says we better get fixed or we're going to get fined up to $1,000 a day. And we're sitting here talking about incentivizing, taking away money that could go to our infrastructure to subsidize incentives to businesses to come here and take advantage of, one, plenty of geography, plenty of land, plenty of workforce, and a growing community. I don't see it. So that's why I say you want to all have a discussion later on. I'll certainly, entertain whatever motion anybody wants, but it's not working for me. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it ironic that we've been talking about this as far as targeted industries. I understand we can put aside affordable housing and workforce aside, and I'm willing to have a workshop on those two. I'm not moving forward with the rest of it. The impact fees definition by itself, it pays for the development. Public safety is number one. That's the road, transportation. I mean, who's going to make up the difference? And I'm repeating the mayor's concerns, but I didn't know he was going to say the same thing that I was going to say. But I want to voice my concern because we've been crying for a number of years that our infrastructure is aging, lack of infrastructure, and yet we're talking about subsidizing and I'm not against development, it has to be balanced. But I foresee that the quality of life will suffer if we do any incentives on the impact fee. And therefore, I'm not looking forward even to discuss it at a later time. My position is no at this time and will not change because the growth has to be paid by itself, by growth. So I'll make it more clear, but that's where I stand, and I'm not open to entertain any motions besides affordable housing and workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in having the first part taken care of, but the affordable housing is always good to talk about and discuss. But then again, earlier I stated, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I just assume stay where we're at, squash this and move on. Let's not take up any more staff time. Let's just be done with it. My opinion. That's it.
Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment, a little reality testing here. This city has been singularly unsuccessful in attracting the kind of businesses here that can really move the needle for the residents of this city in terms of job opportunities. Singularly unsuccessful. 75% of the new businesses that we welcome here to the city every quarter are home-based businesses. We don't have existing buildings in commercial areas that a business can come here and locate, so it requires building. We bemoan every single commission meeting that we have, the increase in construction fees and how construction here in Southwest Florida is higher than just about anywhere else in this United States. Now, do I think 10 employees and the way that incentive program is currently structured is at the right level? Absolutely not. But we need to have some tools that bring the kinds of businesses here. We want high tech, we want biotech, we want clean manufacturing kinds of businesses. Name one business that we've been able to attract here of that caliber. Zero. Zero. So we've got to take a look at it, folks, and we need to understand why are those kinds of businesses not coming here? Yeah, fastest growing, I get it. That's wonderful, but I don't see corporations, sizable corporations, moving their corporate headquarters to Northport. They go somewhere else. So let's be honest with ourselves and not get high on our own gas that we think we're like the gem of the United States. We have not been successful in this area, and we need it here for economic development. We need it here to give residents of the city an opportunity to upgrade their skills, to have career paths, have real jobs that pay well, and have benefit packages. You know, let's be honest with ourselves. And again, is it structured right? No, I think it needs some work. I'm encouraged that even if we have an ordinance, the requests still come to us for review and approval or rejection. But come on, we need to get good companies here that really elevate the living standards here in the city. Affordable housing is important. I'm very supportive of incentives for both affordable and workforce also, workforce housing. But it is also our responsibility to help the residents of the city be able to afford the housing here. And we're not going to do that if we don't bring the kinds of companies here that bring the kinds of jobs we want. So I implore you to reconsider and to give staff an opportunity to review this proposal, to give all of us an opportunity to have conversations with staff so that we all feel comfortable that we're doing the right thing, and to also have those conversations with the residents of the city. And I totally get it, you know, to have to cover, you know, the cost of the impact fee forgiveness and having the residents of the city have to pay for that. A lot of people I talk to, if that money goes to bringing real opportunities to the residents of this city, they would be supportive of it.
Mr. Duval.
At our last meeting, when we discussed this, the vote to carry it forward was 4-1. Now tonight, I'm hearing various numbers as to whether it would be 4-1 or not. When it comes to affordable housing, workforce housing, I have to go back to that development that's off of Price, Echoes Park, that we just agreed to. 50 years of low-priced housing for the residents there. That was a no-brainer. How much did we give away in impact fees for that development? None. Commissioner Langdon says we should be, working on this. And earlier she mentioned, maybe after our budget discussions at a different time. I think there is some value to this program. But the way it is right now, I just cannot say yes to it right now, to the way it's structured now. Now, if you want to take it to a third reading, that's too short a time period. I believe Commissioner Langdon was correct in giving staff time to rework on, relook at some of these things, or the opportunity for us to have workshops maybe on this and discussions on this. But as it is right now today, I still have to say no.
There, Mr. Petro. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say a few things. I disagree with the Commissioner Langdon. We have a lot of jobs coming in, and it's just a matter of time. A perfect example is Benderson Development. We toured it together. A lot of buildings are being filled as we speak. There's a growing industrial side in our city. I don't want to see our city to be completely industrial. More jobs. Sooner or later, those people who are going to be burdened with the impact fees they're going to have to get another job besides the job they have. But that's not the goal, and I don't want to be a part of the commission, and I can only speak for myself. To attract businesses, they're going to come anyways. It's just a matter of time. The new ULDC that was passed prior to my election ensures that the more commercial land would be available for those businesses, they will come. It's just a matter of time. But to let the impact fee slide to the taxpayers, the very same taxpayers will have to get another job to make up for the impact fee shortfall that the city is going to have. And again, I'm coming back to the infrastructure. We've been talking a lot about the infrastructure that is lacking. Who's going to cover that? Who's going to do that? Who's going to pay for that? Somebody has to pay it, if not developers. And we're not asking extra. Speaking about impact fees, years ago we were not collecting enough of those, meaning the percentage was not collected. And then we decided to make up. The state law actually prevented us from collecting the full amount of those impact fees. Technically, we are making the same mistake, but in a different version. I'm echoing Commissioner Duval. I'm not moving forward. I can't. For the sake of the development of our city, the respect of the taxpayers, I just can't. I don't see it feasible. We're just gonna bear ourselves more and more with the infrastructure needs that gonna arise anyways. And those needs are not going away, and somebody is going to pay for them. So I'll let it be as it is and not do anything with this as of now. Thank you.
And again, that's sort of how I feel. I really take issue with Commissioner Langdon's comments because, quite frankly, I could point to a whole lot of reasons why this city hasn't attracted the right types of businesses. First and foremost, no infrastructure. You don't have water and sewer. How in the world are you going to attract businesses? We have no shovel-ready property anywhere. So, the reality is if we give a tax incentive, we give a tax break to businesses, that'll incentivize them to come. Well, gee whiz, we now have 4 hospitals planned, right? We have behavioral hospitals open. We have SMH Sumter Hospital. We got a property sitting in Welland Park that SMH owns that it's planning on building something on, hopefully. We got HCA who built an emergency room and is anticipating building an office building next to it, and then hopefully a full-service hospital. So with an incentive program, we can literally offer a tax discount to all those businesses that are already thinking about moving here. And all the people who are going to surround the SMH at Sumter, all the development that's going to take place in the healthcare industry throughout this city, we can give them all discounts and the taxpayers can pay for that. What a great deal that is. They're going to come anyway. Okay, we worked long and hard to revamp the ULDC, where population continues to grow on infinitum. I mean, there is no denying it. We can't stop it. They keep coming. Businesses are attracted by numbers and by money. And they see a population base, they see the densities that are necessary to make good, wise decisions to come and invest in our city because the customer base is there. And with that business is going to come jobs sooner or later. To turn around and incentivize those businesses now, after all the efforts that have gone into getting this city through its growing pains to the point where we're breaking that 100,000 population level, and to turn around and to offer a tax break. Hey, if we didn't have to make up the difference, I'm all in. But if the taxpayers of this city have to subsidize this, there's no way on earth, if we have 50 workshops, that I will support this. So with that, I'm entertaining a motion, or, you got it. Anybody? So if we do nothing on that, what is the result of that? It just dies, or do we need to vote it down or vote it up? City Attorney?
Prefer a motion to vote it down if that's the.
I'm sorry, speak up.
A motion to vote it down if that's the will of the board.
I'm sorry, say that again.
That is the will of the board to vote it down. That would be, that's right.
Anybody making a motion?
I move to deny the adoption of ordinance number 2025-11 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval, to deny the approval of the adoption, I'm sorry, of ordinance 2025-11. There's nothing else to that. Let us vote. That passes 4-1. Commissioner Langdon, you wish to speak to this, or?
Reason stated.
Stated. I would entertain a motion with regard, if anybody cares to make it, with regard to directing staff to bring back to either schedule a workshop, or perhaps that might be the appropriate approach on affordable and workshop and workforce housing incentive programs. Anybody? Nobody wants to make that motion? I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to schedule a workshop in the reasonably near future to discuss affordable housing and workforce housing incentive programs.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. City Clerk, can you read that back for the record, please?
To direct the city manager to schedule a workshop in the reasonably near future to discuss affordable housing and workforce housing incentive programs.
Okay, the motion was made by Mayor Stokes and seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anybody got anything to add to this? Any discussion? If not, let's vote. And that passes 3-2 with Commissioner Petro and myself saying no.
Anything to that, gentlemen?
I have, yeah,
Reason stated.
no, I just think it's too soon. I says, we got time to look at it. I mean, we got budget coming up. We got everything. You said as soon as possible. I think we got time.
As soon as feasible.
That's all. That's the only reason I voted no.
Gotcha.
Mr. Petro, yours?
Yeah, I think it's premature. We've got to do the budget, balancing the budget first. And
All right.
other reasons that I can go on and on.
At this point, if my fellow commissioners concur, I say a 12-minute break.
Okay.
That'll bring us back at 8:21, 8:31? 8:21. 8:21.
We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a pass member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib. Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool.
We got a long night ahead of us. Next up, ordinance number 2025-12. Assistant City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough to read by title only.
Excuse me. Ordinance 2025-12.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 for opioid treatment and prevention items in the amount of $109,000, providing for findings, providing for posting, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These opioid settlement funds may be spent on substance use, disorder treatment, prevention and recovery, as well as mental health treatment. This is the second reading, and there were no changes from the first reading. We ask that you adopt ordinance number 2025-12. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything to this item? Seeing none. Public comment?
No, sir.
In which case I will close this public hearing. Request a motion.
Move to adopt ordinance number 2025-12 as presented.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval to adopt ordinance 2025-12 as presented. Let's vote, folks. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to resolutions. C, resolution number 2025-R-32. Assistant City Clerk, if you'd read by title only, please.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, repealing and replacing Resolution 2024 R45, reallocating state-funded grant funds from construction services to construction, engineering, and inspection services, providing for the approval and execution of state-funded grant agreements between the City of Northport and the State of Florida Department of Transportation regarding the reconstruction of drainage under Price Boulevard at the Blue Ridge Waterway, McCahey Waterway, Lagoon Waterway, and Creighton Waterway, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing effective date.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This state-funded grant agreement provided $1.5 million in funding for construction services associated with the Price Boulevard waterway crossings at Blue Ridge Waterway, McCaughey Waterway, Lagoon Waterway, and Creighton Waterway. During the procurement process for the Price Boulevard widening project, the city received a single bid that significantly exceeded the project's estimated budget. Upon review with FDOT, the department wanted the project to be re-advertised rather than negotiated directly with the sole bidder. To avoid delays and preserve the awarded funding, FDOT recommended repurposing the earmarked funds to support construction, engineering, and inspection services for the project. The total reimbursement amount remains unchanged. We ask that you approve resolution number 2025-R32 presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commission, questions, discussion? Vice Mayor? Oh,
No, that was from
hasn't
the last
cleared.
one.
Want to clear that for us? Seeing nothing to this item. Any public comment?
No, sir.
Then I'll close this hearing and request a motion.
I'll make it move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-32 as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to adopt resolution number 2025-R-32 as presented. Let's vote, folks. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to general business 6A, 25-2195. Discussion and possible action regarding the proposed general terms and parcel map to facilitate development of a conservation easement between the city of Northport and Big Waters Land Trust, Inc. for a portion of Warm Mineral Springs Park parcel. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will turn it over to our Director of our Park and Recreation Department, Ms. Sandy Funhella, for conversation.
Good evening, Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. In September of 2024, Commission provided direction to negotiate with the Conservation Foundation, now known as Big Waters Land Trust, and the Gulf Coast Community Foundation for a conservation easement on the 60 acres of land adjacent to Warm Mineral Springs Park. In addition, direction was provided to identify a section of the property for development as an alternative holistic health center. City staff from Parks and Recreation and Development Services have worked with Christine Johnson and Brooke Langston of Big Waters Land Trust and John Thaxton with Gulf Coast Community Foundation to draft general terms to support development of a conservation easement agreement. We've also identified a plan to subdivide the Warm Mineral Springs Park property to accommodate acreage for a conservation easement. The proposed parcel map included with this agenda item shows the existing active park site and the spring, the proposed boundaries of a 52-acre conservation easement, and a 12-acre section that will contain the future Warm Mineral Springs Park connector trail, trailhead, pedestrian bridge, and allow for a 10,000 square foot building site that could support a holistic health center or something similar. Pending Commission approval of the conservation easement as delineated on the parcel map, staff will pursue a lot split survey. As stated in the general terms document that is included, the conservation easement is designed to permanently protect and preserve the natural, recreational, and environmental integrity of the property. The agreement ensures that the land remains available for public enjoyment while preventing non-recreational development. With Commission agreement on the general terms, staff will incorporate that into a draft conservation easement agreement and submit for legal review. Once complete, the agreement would be brought back to Commission for review and approval. Ms. Johnson, Ms. Langston, and Mr. Thaxton, I'm not sure if he had to go.
He had to go.
They're present tonight and are available to speak to this item along with staff. With that, happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy. I think you guys did a wonderful job here in getting all the parties involved. And I looked at the maps and everything, and the only thing that I was concerned with, and I have no issues with putting in the conservation easement, I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot on just limiting ourselves to the 12 acres. So I wanted to bring it up to the board to possibly increase that to 20 acres total, to where that square section could be carved out and just, you know, a little bit more accessible to us for the future. Not saying anything's going to happen right now, but who knows, 10, 20 years down the line, we might want to be able to do something there. And I would just like to keep that little extra acreage just in case. And the rest can go into the easement. That's quite a bit of land as well.
So what you'll see on the map, what staff did was really try not to disturb the existing wooded area, the natural area that is in the 60 acres. That's why you see that parcel have that odd shape there. I think what we presented responds to what the community asked for. Though it's a policy decision on what commission wants to do with carving out that space, it would reduce the value when we get to the transfer of development rights on the conservation easement.
I'll add, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioners, anybody else? Commissioner Duval.
Yes, I did look at that map, and, you know, we had a discussion, and that part that's in front, not that wooded area, I liked that area, the way you have it set apart. I don't want to see anything extra digging into this, okay? The public has been pretty affirmative in their idea of a conservation easement, preserving this land. And I don't want to see little pieces, little chunks of it taken away. I think that map that you have, that you guys came up with, I think it meets the bill. Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions on permitted uses, item 4F. So a permitted use is a public botanical garden arboretum. Would that include potentially a botanical garden that charged for admission? What does public mean?
It could. It's in there just, no, this is not the conservation easement. This is just general terms. So how we hash that out is still in development. Once commission agrees to the general terms, what that arboretum might look like or botanical garden, that's really up for discussion. It could have an admission fee, doesn't have an admission fee, depends on what partner wants to come in on that. Is it something you want staff to try and develop or work with extension services, or, you know, there's a lot of options on which way we could go with that. Is there a friends group that maybe wants to help with that? It's really in there because that was a discussion on the dais about being able to do that. We wanted to have that in there so we do have the ability to do it if that opportunity presents itself.
Okay. Item H, routine and preventative maintenance. I'm confused between 4H and 5D. So the grantee would be responsible for the removal of all invasive plants. I have an undeveloped lot next to my house, and it is unbelievable the amount of effort we put into removing the kudzu vines that keep creeping onto my property. So I have some appreciation for having to do that for 52 acres. So I'm just trying to, or 6, whatever. I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference between routine and preventative maintenance, which I would assume the city would be responsible
So
for.
H is referring to the cities be having access to do our routine maintenance. So when the trail is developed and the the trailhead will not be in the conservation easement, but a large portion of the trail itself will be going through the conservation easement. So that is allowing us to access that to provide the maintenance that we need to do.
Right, because it also says under H, invasive plant removal, and yet it's also under 5D, so I'm just a little confused.
That would be referring to any of the area that is right off of the path. So I believe it's like a 3-foot buffer on each side of the path that the city would be responsible for.
Okay. Do we have any idea of the cost? So
we
that
estimated with
property's
the
in rough shape, so it has to be sort of restored.
So I don't have a cost on that, on doing any grading or getting it ready for public use. As far as maintaining the trail, cleaning the restroom facility that's there, we're estimating that's about $28,000 a year.
I'm particularly concerned about the easement area. I'm just really trying to understand the financial impact to the city.
So we would not be responsible for anything except the maintenance of the trail and the buffers on each side of it, or any recreational amenities that we put into the conservation easement. The foundation would be responsible for the invasive plant removal on the majority of that property.
Okay, so if the city puts in any, oops, no.
So with a conservation easement, the holder of the conservation easement is basically holding the development rights. The landowner is always responsible, as they always are, for maintenance of the land. So there isn't a cost for the conservation easement that the city is paying for. The only cost to a conservation easement is to enforce the conservation easement, and that is being paid for by Gulf Coast Community Foundation.
Could you repeat that, please? So
Which part?
I've sort of understood you to say it would be the city's responsibility to maintain the conserved area. But then I thought you said that the Gulf Coast Community Foundation would fund that.
They are funding the stewardship fee of the conservation easement. So we have, because it's a perpetual conservation easement, meaning forever, we have the obligation by law to ensure that the city does what they're not supposed to do and does what they're supposed to do. And there's a cost to us for that, not to you, for us. So, right, so we have to come and monitor this conservation easement.
And so whatever you guys would say the city needs to do or not do, the city would bear the cost of that.
Right. So you're the landowner, so you're going to take care of your land. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's not right. Oh, that's.
Is that it, Commissioner?
Done.
Yeah, way to go. Sort of dropped that one in my lap. Because when I had my one-on-one, it was my understanding from staff that the city would not be responsible for maintaining any of the conserved land, that would be and belong to Gulf Coast or this entity that was being created. So basically, like, whatever is done on the 60 acres is going to cost the taxpayers of the city of Northport to maintain, except for a carved out area where partners may come in. If someone were to build a gardens or a wellness center, that purchase, that agreement between the parties could spell out an area of maintenance and repairs and upkeep that partner, that operator would have to do. But as far as all this acreage out there, like, that would fall to the city, depending on what we did with it. And so, Okay. Well, if we did nothing to it, I suppose we wouldn't have to keep much up and do anything much more than what we've been doing all along.
So
Although we really haven't been doing anything all
our
along.
intent is not to open the entirety of the 60 acres to the public. It would be the trail
Right.
that is open to the public. If we were going to look into having all of that to be accessed publicly, there's certainly a lot of things that we would need to do to make that area safe for somebody to be walking through. That's not in our intent. Our intent is that they are on the trail and using any trail system that's in there. The cost, any of our cost on War Mineral Springs Park property would be within the War Mineral Springs Fund.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I concur with the vice mayor. I would love to see more space. I think if I remember our briefing on this, there was about the provision for maybe 10,000 square feet of of building that could possibly be done there. That, to me, that's not enough. I mean, if you look at just what a 5,000 square foot office is, it's nothing. I mean, you're talking about two entities, two 5,000 square feet spaces. It's just inadequate for what potential there might be. I mean, if you just think of 2 or 3 or 4 things you might want to do there, that would generate some revenue and attraction. Forget even about the revenue as much as help cover some of the costs and attract people. That's what I'm looking for, because while I want to protect, in my opinion, I want to protect that 60 acres, I also want it to be a place that more people than just use the springs want to come to. We know with the Legacy Trail connection, that's going to draw people there, but there still needs to be something, whether it's food, whether it's a wellness building, whether it's whatever, and 10,000 square feet doesn't cut it for me. 20,000 does. I think that gives you a little more flexibility. And the other thing hand in hand with that is, I would love at some point before you all get too much further down the road, is I'd love to get some more community input on ideas about what all they think. I mean, remember, we had a huge group of people that said the 2019 plan would be a great plan. And it references that in your documentation so far. But the reality is, if we created that 2019 plan, the cost to the city could significantly, I mean, I'll pull a number. I mean, we could be talking $250,000, $500,000, $750,000 a year to actually maintain that 2019 plan. So I have some concerns about what all we think should go there, because I think community has some ideas. I think you all ought to hear them. We all ought to hear them again, like what realistically could go there, and then what's the costs of doing those things? Because otherwise, we're going to put if what we want to do is just put the conservation easement on, carve out this small parcel of land, and then do nothing with the rest of the acreage, I guess that's okay too, if that's the will of the board. And that's certainly the will of Gulf Coast. I mean, they don't want anything to be built there if they had their druthers. And that seems to be the general consensus of the vocal voices on this subject. But I just think like there ought to be like another round of input here to make sure that all of a sudden it isn't okay, we put this thing in place and then it's people go, whoa, why? I mean, I don't understand. I thought we were going to do this and I thought we were going to do that. And we're really doing nothing. We're leaving just a whole bunch of woods. We're not really doing anything except a legacy trail connector. And then maybe like, I don't know what all you could have in that 10,000 square feet.
So this is not to say, here's the project plan that we're going to do on the 60 acres. It's to say we're putting a conservation easement, and here's all the things that we could potentially do on the site, including the things that were listed in the master plan. But it's not obligating us to do any of it. The only thing that we have moved forward with is the trail connection, the War Mineral Springs Park connector trail. So I don't know that we'd get a lot of different information out of people, given that we've taken the entire master plan, which we already had multiple public meetings, stakeholder groups, input on that. and are also opening it up to recreational opportunities
I mean,
in
we
that
can
area.
visit them down the road. You're absolutely right. The only thing I'd hang on to is I'd like to see, as vice mayor would, I'd like to see the additional acreage. We don't have to build on, we don't have to tear all the trees down, but I'd like to have that piece carved out.
So would it be acceptable to work with Kimley Horn to say, the commission is looking for a 20,000 square foot site potentially in the future, and what acreage do we need to accommodate that?
For me. All I got, Commissioner DeVal?
Thank you, Mayor. The 60 acres. I want to understand this. It goes under the conservation easement. The city's responsible for the maintenance. Now, suppose you heard Commissioner Langdon state how much time they have spent cutting invasive weeds away from their property. Well, suppose the conservation easement decides that we should get rid of all the invasive weeds that are out in that 60 acres. Now, the city's responsible for doing that?
Yep.
That could be an
So-
expensive process.
So let's get into the weeds.
So to speak.
The conservation easement, when it is created, when it is put onto the deed, there is a baseline document. And that baseline document says from this day forward, the property can't be degraded environmentally from this day forward. So when we do that baseline document for when the conservation easement is placed on the deed, if it has invasives already on it, then you're not, and you don't do anything with them, and they don't get farther into wherever, they don't become, you can't degrade it worse than it was when the conservation easement was put on it. That's basically what it means. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? So you don't have to, we do not have the right to tell you as a landowner to make it better than it was when you put the conservation easement on it. We don't have that right.
Thank you.
That's all you got there, Commissioner Langdon?
Couple questions. I have a question for Mayor in terms of community input. Are you looking for something additional to the survey we did?
I'm good. I withdraw that request because that's something that can be handled down there. Sandy addressed that. We can
Okay.
handle that down the road.
Okay, great. Now, I have a couple of questions based on this conversation. So how do we assess the current level of invasives? I mean, is someone going to go through that property, all 50 whatever
Yes.
acres?
Yes.
Well, here's the trick with invasives. They're invasive because they spread. That's the whole thing. So yes, we would be responsible. And so are you only going to take half of the invasives out so that they continue to spread? Or are you going to take all the invasives out so hopefully they don't spread?
Or do you just trim the edge?
Right. So we would be responsible for maintaining on each side of the trail, for sure, because we are opening a trail potentially to the public. So 3 feet on each side of that trail. If we want to go in and do, identify all the invasive plants that are out there, we can do that. We've done some of that through volunteer work out at the environmental park. We've had volunteer work days out there where they're helping us get rid of the invasive plants there. So there are ways to do it. It takes a lot longer, obviously, when you're doing it with a volunteer group. Or we could hire someone to come in and document all of it and come up with a management plan.
But what I'm hearing is we could be required to do it under this agreement.
No, that is
That's
not
not
what you said.
correct. No, what I
Try
said.
me again then.
Yeah, what I said was, whatever the state is of the property when the conservation easement is placed on it, it can stay that way.
But I think we can assume the invasives will spread. And so when you do
You
your
have to keep them to the point where they were when the conservation easement was acquired.
So yeah, would be on the hook.
You're not on the hook to remove them.
No, no.
Keep them at bay.
It's very hard to control them. Moving them. Okay, yep.
Mr. Petro, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just lost it.
So I have a couple questions and a couple points to make. As I'm looking at this conservation easement general terms, well, first I want to say the city is moving in the right direction to have this to be granted into conservation easement. This conservation easement general terms, I'm looking at 5, bullet point 5, number 5, and says rights and obligations of grantee. Grantee is the recipient of something. So it would be conservation, whatever, the non-for-profit organization, correct?
We are the grantee.
So I'm looking at number D. It says the obligation to remove invasive exotic plants is
And
the
that's-
right and obligation of grantee that is recipient of something. That is
Yeah.
this area that we're talking about, 52 acres.
Correct. And that was our little sidebar. Big Waters Land Trust does not agree with the word obligation. And that would be something that we need to negotiate before we bring it back to you.
Okay, so this document was given on the premises of this document. I formulated my opinion and
I
possibly
understand.
future
I apologize.
of my vote. So let's say, for example, we want to develop a development or as I'm looking at this, permitted uses, a passive low impact recreation. For example, walking trail. If anybody, if wants to develop, who can develop that? Who's gonna make that walking trail? Is it gonna be grantee or the city?
Be the city.
As the landowner, you are, yeah, because we can't improve your land.
Okay, but I was under the impression that once it granted into the easement conservation, we have
Has to-
nothing to do with that. I mean, we can't, we're still gonna be able to develop what I mean, to have
Yeah.
walking trails. We will be
Yeah.
able to do it?
Yes, yes. So here's how a conservation easement works. There is a bundle of rights. Picture that I have multiple pins in my hand. You as landowner own all the rights when you own land in fee simple, as the legal term is. Conservation easement, you sever some of those rights and put them into a conservation easement that's held by a third party, Big Waters Land Trust. But you also retain rights in that conservation easement. And so, as you see in here, you are retaining rights to improve the property, both natural resources as well as what we call for people resources, not just for nature resources. And so you're retaining some rights within that conservation easement. That help?
Yes, yes. In essence, I mean, we're giving up a lot, but we still have to do a lot.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yes.
Okay.
And forever.
However, that's the big,
Right.
big item here. So how do we negotiate all those little things? Is it going to be a formal process? or-
Yes. I think you laid out that.
Yeah, so what we're looking for is general agreement to these terms. This is not the conservation easement agreement.
Correct.
We would take these general terms, put them into an agreement format that we would then submit. We'd work back and forth with the stakeholders, and we'd submit it to our city attorney for review, and eventually it would then come back to city commission for review and approval.
Well, in the process of designing the terms, do we have a say now? It's going to be whatever they decide, the legal team or you, and then you present us back with the stuff. Do we have any say in advance?
Yes, if there's something on the general terms that as a body of the commission, you would like different, amended, now is the time to let us know.
May I add? We do it this way to save you money. We do it this way so that we can say, we agree to these general terms, and then your attorney, our attorney, your staff's time, our staff's time goes forth and does what you have agreed to preliminarily as the general terms. It's a way to save money and time. Not only do you have the time to, you have the right now to tell us what you do and don't like of these terms, but even when you get the legal document back, you get the ability to say, I don't like this, I don't like that. It just is more efficient to hear it now instead of when we get the lawyers involved. No offense.
So when you say right now, you mean literally right now, or?
Yes, literally right now.
Because we.
But it's it's not forever hold your peace.
That's
right. So if you were going to make a motion to agree to the general terms with an amendment or with a condition of, that's what we're looking for. And on the parcel map, we're looking for, do you agree to what we've laid out as the acreage to be withdrawn? Do you want, as we mentioned, to say, to accommodate a 20,000 square foot site? We're looking for that direction so we can move forward and keep the process going.
And I just want to make my suggestion public. I think if we do develop, and by developing, I mean lightly permitted uses, like a walkway or shaded area, bench, whatever, that we do those things, we maintain that structure. Whatever is nature, and that includes invasive stuff, that's conservation easement, let them maintain that stuff. For example, if we have a walkway built over a water or whatever, or in the woods, and the invasive species are growing and overgrowing, that's not our job to maintain. We'll maintain the boardwalk or whatever, the shaded area, the bench rotted, so we will replace that. Let the conservation easement, non-for-profit organization maintain the nature. Is we giving the nature to them, let them do it. But that's just mine.
They're saying they won't do that.
Well, I was just told that we can negotiate now, so I'm just letting my voice heard. And the last thing I want to say that with the 52 acres that we have and 12 are excluded from, besides 52 acres, I would like to see more of added to 12 acres, maybe 5-7 acres for the future land development as a buffer between the 12 acres and the conservation easement. Maybe in the future we'll have a pavilion open, restaurant open, where people can dine. I just feel that as a city, giving this much land, we want something to preserve, not for the big time development, but for light development, maybe a restaurant or amenity, whatever it is. But I just feel that it would be a beneficial for the whole area to be attractive, because let's face this area is not attractive as it is right now. Even if we develop those or redesign those buildings, repair, I should say. So I'm supporting Vice Mayor and the Mayor's suggestion if we carve out maybe 7 acres, which would be not to benefit only for the city, but for the entire area, to be attractive, to be usable, to be family friendly. We're not building a hotel there, nothing of that nature, but something to be added back to, not back, but to be added to 12 acres from 52 acres.
So that would go along with Commissioner Emmerich
And
and what he suggested earlier. I think we're just looking for direction. If you want different acreage, let us know what that is. If you want just us to accommodate a certain square footage of commercial, we can go back and do that. We're really just looking for direction on how we can move forward.
Well, they expressed their suggestion, and I, in a way, supported their suggestion, so we can have more land as a city to be excluded from easement conservation easement, I'm sorry. And that would be for the benefit of everybody. To have that little transition from the actual city-owned land and between the conservation easement. I don't know if you have any.
I don't know if there would be a transition. We would need to pull the whole
No, I'm saying
parcel
in the
out.
development, later on in development, but the area is,
And we would encourage that the development is towards the front of the property.
that's correct. Yeah, that's, and I did voice that when we met with your team.
The commission? Cool. Vice Mayor.
City
City Manager, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll let it go first.
You're too kind.
Just this one.
Yes, sir. We just want to point out, I think Commissioner Petrov touched on it a lot, but if you do want us to go back, the evasive conversation and the maintenance of it, we do believe that it will be significant. So as it reads, I'm sorry for the miscommunication that happened between us, but I just want to let you know, as you direct us to go forward, that is something you want us to either have a conversation and know about it in the future or not. We do believe it's significant. I don't want to minimize it just because we got it wrong as how it reads on the document.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, since we're back to these invasives that Commissioner Language really loves. And, you know, where we're at now in the degradation of the property, let's say the property's covered with 50% invasive. Comes down to a year from now we're at 100% and we got a watchdog saying, you got to come in, spend your money and clean this up because it has to be back to 50%. It cannot go past that 50% on those invasive species. And we all know how fast they grow and how quick they grow. Now, what the city has is an outside agency telling us, dictating us, we have to clean this up, we have to spend X, and it has to be done with what time span? Would we have a year? Would we have 6 months? None of that can do it to what staff would have to do out there for us, the city, maintaining that area. When we were all under the understanding, if we gave it to the conservation easement, they would maintain the natural areas because we were basically leaving them natural. But if we don't go forward with the conservation easement, we're still the property owner and we don't have to worry about invasive species in the woods. You know, nobody's telling us what to do on that property. So it's just something to think about. I've got no issues with going with a conservation easement, but let's have all of our I's dotted and our T's crossed, and we know what both parties are involved in doing. And when we talked and I'll move on to another thing, when we talked about the adding of the property, I'm not looking to add an area to be able to put in a 20,000 square foot building. Don't even know if we'd have one coming, but maybe to have an area for two 10,000 foot buildings, one now, one 10 years from now, whatever the case may be. That's what I'm looking at. That's why I went for like total acreage. If we're at 12, I'd like to be at 20 and then be done with it. And then the rest goes into the easement. But we have to have those conversations on whose responsibilities are what before, you know, we're talking taxpayers' money too, still with War Mill Springs. So just a discussion we got to have sometime. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thanks. And, you know, to that point, you know, Sandy made mention that Mineral Springs itself, you know, generates funds. And obviously, to the extent there were available funds, those dollars would theoretically go to help maintain. But I was also of the opinion that whatever acreage was put into conservation and not developed, left as is, that would not be the city's obligation to maintain. And, you know, if we got, let's say, a collaboration with Selby Gardens and they want to come and build a gardens and take a chunk of that, well, our negotiation with them would involve them obviously not just building it, but maintaining it, taking care of the area in and around it, whatever was involved. So there would not be a burden on the city's taxpayers at all. So, you know, I would say that since things are negotiable, that we make that a condition, that Big Water Land Trust pay to maintain any of the undeveloped conservation land. If they don't want to do that, well, obviously they don't want to do it because it's a big number. Well, we don't want to do it because it's a big number to our taxpayers. So, you know, there we go. I don't know how we resolve that, but I would certainly want that to be a condition. I'm all for this easement, but I am not for putting a financial burden on the backs of the taxpayers of the city. I've said it all night long. You're going to hear it from me all the way as long as I ever sit on this dais. I am tired of tapping the taxpayers. It's time to stop this. And, you know, I appreciate all the value of this conservation easement. I am all for it. But if this group, if Big Water wants to preserve this land, then it needs to step up and preserve it. We're giving it to them, let them take care of it, as long as we don't develop on it.
So I you know, Christina and I have talked here. I think there is room for more negotiation. However, John Thaxton with Gulf Coast Community Foundation, who is funding the conservation easement, is not here. So I obviously don't want to speak for him if that's something that they were interested in funding moving forward. We need to have that discussion with him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're not proving anything or disapproving this. This was an update that we asked for so we could have these kinds of varied discussions, because we obviously have a commission that's concerned about this issue. Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to make it clear. The city of Northport would be granting rights to Big Waters Land Trust in a conservation easement. The city of Northport is not gifting land to Big Waters Land Trust.
Right, it's giving you the rights and we're staying with the obligations. I get that.
So
I get that.
that's not entirely true either. I need to, I'm sorry, but I have to correct this. That with a conservation easement, there is no conservation easement holder who is ever responsible for maintaining what they do not own.
Okay.
We, as a conservation easement holder, we do not own the land. We do not get any revenue from that, nor any of the proximate revenue from around it either. It actually is an onus on us forever.
I guess that will be the reality of what this commission will have to decide
So
about.
if I may say, we have conservation easements on 150 acres of Robinson Preserve in Manatee County. We have a conservation easement on Johnson Preserve in Manatee. We have a conservation easement on Bobby Jones Golf Course. We have a conservation easement down in Collier County on a 1,500 acre Pepper Ranch owned by Collier County. We do not maintain any of those.
And do we know, it would be nice to know what it costs each one of them to maintain those conservation land. And then we could see, you know, relative to the amount of acreage we have, just so we could get a ballpark. Because like I say, when push comes to shove, our ultimate responsibility here is to look out for our taxpayers' dollars. Okay, I'll get on my soapbox and say it. And not everybody is going to come to this area. There's not going to be a whole lot there. They ask taxpayers to have to fund the cost of maintaining this, when right now we just let it be. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's conservation land. Nobody's doing anything with it. So, and I don't mean to be facetious or snarly or whatever about it, but we have got to accept the realities of when we make decisions, it costs somebody money. And since we don't print it, who's it cost? Our taxpayers, over and over and over again. I don't know whether the taxpayers of this city are going to be willing to fund the cost of maintaining this. Yet, I believe this is the right thing to do.
I'll speak to that in my 3 minutes.
There you go, ma'am. Thank you. Commissioner Petro.
I think I can just add a little bit to what the mayor said. Let the nature be the nature, let it be as it is. But if we built any trails, I think there's a room for negotiation to keep it clear from invasives. I don't know how much is going to be. The city manager said it's a substantial or can be substantial. Thus, it's going to be a substantial financial cost or burden. But it all comes to the art of negotiation, I think. I mean, it doesn't mean that if you don't do on the other ones, maybe this one you will do it. I don't know. But I guess it's logical to maintain whatever we put up there. Any physical structure, any benches, whatever, we'll maintain those, replace those. But as far as we giving the rights to the Big Waters Land Trust, we giving up that right not to be developed. We giving that nature to that organization. Don't we? We do give out that nature not to be developed. Thus, we should not be maintaining fully or partially, whatever we come to the terms. Why do we have to do it to the fullest extent? I mean, after all, we don't have to maintain it anyways. I mean, let the nature be the nature. But when it comes to maintaining for the safety of the users of that land, maybe somebody has to step up. And I just feel a little bit cringed about that somebody's the taxpayer again. So I don't know the legalities of all this agreement. Maybe we should maybe we should be talking to John, but he's not here today.
Anything else to this, Commission? General direction?
Public comment.
Yeah, I guess we have to do that before we give direction. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. Start with the e-comments. Jasmine Bowman, conserving all of the Warm Mineral Springs Parkland is of critical importance for the wildlife and people of Northport and for the well-being of the springs themselves. Dave Phillips, dear commissioners, it is like a breath of fresh air to see the proposed conservation easement as opposed to the intensive development, 250-bed hotel, 350 homes, and lots of new parking and impervious surfaces. As you know, the Springs is a fragile environment. This conservation plan will help to improve the sustainability of the Springs. Several questions. One, what is planned for the south extension of San Jose Avenue? The master plan appears to indicate a path. The parcel map has the area highlighted, but is not clear what this highlight indicates. Two, the conservation easement refers to uses allowed and prohibited in improved areas. Could you please clarify what the improved areas are? Three, could the potential nitrate issue be addressed through a lawn fertilizer ban in the area? Anna Kophammer, yes, conserve the property. The citizens have asked for this repeatedly over the years. Please listen to us. We want green space. We want to live harmoniously with wildlife. And now for in-person comments, Christine Johnson.
So good evening, commissioners. As you heard, I'm Christine Purvis Johnson, and I am the president of Big Waters Land Trust. We're thrilled to work with the city of Northport to conserve Warm Mineral Springs forever. Big Waters Land Trust has saved over 20,000 acres in our 21-year history, and we work in 5 coastal counties of Southwest Florida: Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and Collier, as well as parts of Hillsborough, Hardee, DeSoto, and Glades County. We're an accredited land trust, one of only 5 in the state, and the only accredited land trust working in this area. We approach land conservation collaboratively, working with landowners, NGOs, municipalities, Florida state, and federal government. We do this work because we envision a future where the human and natural worlds flourish together. In the past few months, we've worked on the conservation easement terms with the City of Northport staff, and it's been a wonderful collaboration. The proposed terms would protect the site from future development and allow nature to thrive while allowing the city to improve it for people's passive recreation. Furthermore, placing a conservation easement on the northern and eastern land surrounding the springs would protect the springs from future development stormwater runoff. The proposed terms are in alignment with what the vast majority of Northport citizens want, using this property as a passive recreation park forever. For when we say conserve, we mean to place a conservation easement on the property to ensure that it never becomes developed and that its natural areas are protected in perpetuity. The city would still own and maintain the property, while the conservation easement would be owned by Big Waters Land Trust. Each conservation easement is unique because it is negotiated between the property owner and the easement holder. Placing a conservation easement on Warm Mineral Springs would give citizens, developers, and donors the assurance that this property will forever be open green space. And that assurance gives philanthropists and government granting organizations the confidence they need to donate to park improvements. We stand here today with our generous partner, Gulf Coast Community Foundation, who's willing to fund the costs of placing a conservation easement on the property as proof. That assurance also gives developers market surety, a rare thing indeed. They would know that this property will forever be what it is today, public open space. People want to stay in hotels that are near parks. People want to buy and build homes in walking distance of parks. This human desire to be near green space drives what realtors call the proximate principle. The value of green space is reflected in the value of nearby properties. People are willing to pay more to stay and live near a park. The most famous example is, of course, Central Park. Warm Mineral Springs could be Northport's Central Park. Placing a conservation easement on it assures that and solidifies your legacy. I only have this much more to go. May I, with your permission?
Gotta cut you off, but thank you very much.
John Thaxton,
He had to go.
He had to leave.
Josh Smith.
I just got back from a vacation in Germany. Oh, Josh Smith, president of Northport. I just got back from a vacation in Germany where I was in a city with 1.2 million people in it. It's called Cologne. The amount of green space they've found a way to preserve was utterly astonishing. And I was hoping to come up here and talk about that, but instead, I stare at these 5 items that failed. And it's because of how tone deaf you guys have been for what the residents want. And you're immediately going on the attack to try to get more of the 20 acres back. What do we have to do? We've ran against you. We've voted no on everything. I mean, Lord have mercy, do we got to picket in the streets? Please start listening to voters. They want this put in a conservation easement. You guys haven't touched that thing in years. Any invasive thing is already invaded. You are willing to light $120 million on fire for a police station you've been told no on several times, and somehow we're worried about invasive plant species costs. What do we have to do? That's what I want an answer from you guys. What do the citizens have to do to get you to listen to us? I don't know what it is. I mean, for the love of God, you are the most tone-deaf board of any city I've ever lived in. Thank God I'm probably the young guy here, so I'm sure someone's been in one worse. We are fighting you and fighting you and fighting you. We're pretty much spiting ourselves to get you to listen to us. And your answer is, I still want a place to fire up the bulldozers. You have more land than what, we're the 3rd largest city? So 90% of cities in Florida we're larger than. And you guys are so greedy in your inability to listen to the taxpayers. You just got to grab 5 more acres. When my kids and grandkids are here, thank God they decide that this place is still amazing. I don't want to hear from them that they don't have any place to go out and be in a green area. You have all the economic area in the world to develop. You've rezoned a major portion of this city, which I love because they're still building houses on price. So obviously what you did isn't working. Please listen to us. For the love of God, I want to stop coming here. I want you to do what we ask you to do, and I want to be at work right now. But instead, I had to scramble down here because I knew this was how this meeting was going to go. Please stop. I don't know how else to put it. Thank you.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We want to give a bit of direction here.
Any consensus or a motion?
I got a question for Sandy. In the motion, you pretty much heard what we've had to say up here about the negotiation part of maintenance and stuff like that. Would that be something that would be just automatically to go back into discussions prior to coming to us as part of the negotiation?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out how to form this motion without having to include that, so. All right, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the proposed general terms and parcel map to facilitate development of a conservation easement between the city of Northport and Big Water Land Trust Incorporated for a portion of the Warren Mill Springs parcel, changing the carve-out of 12 acres to become 20 acres going forward.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion on this before we vote? The one thing I'll say is if we do allocate the other 20, it's not to be said that it has to be developed necessarily. Just it's carved out and gives us that much more flexibility as a city if there were some amenity-related development that we might want to do in that space. If we don't add that additional bit of acreage, I mean, 10 acres is significantly limiting if there becomes a very low impact amenity related opportunity that our citizens would like to enjoy and now we can't do. So I don't have a big problem with this motion. I think it makes sense, and I think it still gives us time to think about the cost of maintaining and how we wrap our heads around that as a separate item. But I don't think this, I would like to think this commission is not second guessing the need to conserve this property. It has been a long time coming to get to this point. We really do need to do it. It's the right thing to do here. We just have to figure out the way to get it done that makes the most sense and wrap our heads around what the costs are going to be to the city, and how we can mitigate them, because there is going to be a cost. We need to understand that before we ink this deal. That's all. So we can make an intelligent decision as to how we move forward. So with that, Commissioner Duval.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 12 acres is 546,720 square feet.
How many inches is that, please, sir?
That's
Sorry.
I have to agree with our public speaker. I sat where he sat, and consistently the board would say like, well, yeah, we want to, in case we want to be able to, maybe have a, a hotel, restaurant, or, do this, do that. And the people were saying, no, we want it left natural. And there's a carve out in front. It's 12 acres. I just can't go along with that, making it 20 acres. And I do want to see some kind of negotiation on that, that we're responsible. Somebody's going to decide that, we got to cut those weeds. I've walked that 60 acres in my dreams, and there's a lot of weeds out there. That part bothers me. As the mayor said, it's the taxpayers are going to have to pay that money if somebody says, hey, you got to cut those weeds out. I want it to be the way it is, and taxpayers don't have to pay anything for the way it is. And I don't agree with going from 12 to 20 acres as a carve out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Petra.
Yes, I want to explain my logic. And first, I'm in full support of conservation easement. However, if we look at this map, and can we put that map on the screen? So I assumed, or I know that lower left corner is the 12 acres, correct?
The area outlined in yellow.
Yes. So the parking lot we see on the left-hand side, how much we have to increase the parking lot?
Yes, as part of the project for the building renovations.
And how much more it's going to be increased by as opposed to the current one?
It's not necessarily increasing that much. It's where, so the area that you see there on the bottom left, that's already paved, it's improving that area. There'll be some additional parking towards Triunfo. And then there will also be parking required for the trailhead that's put in place.
And possibly future buildings that are built up?
If there's a, for example, if we did a 10,000 square foot building, which was proposed, there would need to be parking for that building.
So let's say they will be built, because that's what I was presented with. So there will be two buildings. So most of these 12 acres are going to be occupied by the parking or whatever the structures are going to be there. To me, I am a family man. I have 3 kids, 1 special needs, 1 is on the way. We have 4 kids. Let's face it, this thing is not attractive. My logic is to make it attractive. I'm not asking for, I'm not greedy. My logic is simple. Let's make it attractive. I'm sure the city or whatever, the other city, they don't have any conservation, as a public speaker pointed out in Germany. I'm sure to some extent it's developed so people can enjoy it. I'm a balanced man. The balance is the key to life. As my mentor used to say to me always, balance is the key to life. I want to balance nature with the use of that nature. So asking for 5 more acres to be 18 or whatever, 20, for the benefit of the city, for the benefit of the entire park, to be more attractive, to be more usable. Right now, as I sit here, my wife is afraid to drive on Ortiz, let alone go inside of, that wooded area. We all know what's happening there now. There are homelessness, there are people trash it, people dump trash there. If we carve out a little bit of that area, not for the city use, but for the benefit of the citizens, I don't see why it's not logical. I see total logic. I was not part of the earlier plans for the full development, so I cannot say anything of that nature. But as of right now, as a part of the board member, I advocate for that more land just to be used for the future use of the taxpayers. So if we carve out the right upper corner and make it more geometrically square, not entirely because there's a waterway of going.
Right.
We're talking about 5 acres for the benefit of the taxpayers that can use that land, relaxing, eating out. Nobody approached me and say, do this, and so we can have a developer there. I'm speaking as a family man to enjoy this facility. We need more land. Practically speaking, we need more land. The parking alone will be tripled in size. 2 buildings are going to be there. Head trail is going to be there. The parking for the head trail, for trailhead, I'm sorry. There's not much left to make it more attractive. I know the nature is nature and we have to leave it. But if we don't use that nature to our advantage, it's just useless. As of right now, like I said, I'm afraid to go even on the trails that are there because I know who lives there. As far as the maintaining invasives, I say let's have it more discussion with John because, like I said, I was presented differently with this sheet that it says the obligation to remove invasive species, exotic plants, and wildlife is an obligation of a grantee, and a grantee is the recipient of something.
That was our understanding.
Yeah. Mhm.
Um,
So that
so when
maybe
you-
we can have that discussion later on. But 5 acres, I don't think it's too much to ask. I think it's for the benefit of everybody, the very users of that park.
Understand. My question is, what is it, when you say for the use of the public, it sounds like you're saying for the recreational use, not for commercial use, for the public to have access. If you're looking for a recreational use on it, that would fall within the conservation easement. If you're looking for more land to be developed, then that would be really separate from that recreational use.
Carve out for the future use, not develop right now. Because if we build a parking lot, we're gonna triple the parking lot, at least triple in size. It would not be consistent with the nature surrounding it. It's gonna be paved, buildings, that's it. We need a little bit more of land to make it more attractive, to make it more appealing. And when I say commercially developed, I'm not saying a hotel. I'm not saying strip mall. Maybe a pavilion of open restaurant where I can come with my kids and dine. And after that, enjoy the walk trail. So that's where I stand. And I think I made myself abundantly clear. Not influenced by any developer or anybody. Nobody approached me. Nobody asked me. It's just coincidentally, 3 of us want more land for future use. But it is what it is. I just voiced my opinion. But I'm very attentive to the citizens.
And I would just add that there, I mean, you've got, day spa kind of amenities. You've got holistic medicine. You've got a whole bunch of very low impact, but in keeping with the whole concept of the Springs area. And it's hard not to agree with Commissioner Petrov that when you put in, the parking areas that are required, there's not a whole lot of land left there. The city could well decide not to do anything with it and leave those trees and not mess with any of it. But at least it's carved out. Once it is, if it's not separated, we'll never have the opportunity to do it. And as he said, we're talking about for amenities that are for the benefit of people to attract them to the area. That's otherwise, why wouldn't we just find a way to just leave this entire property and pass whatever ordinance and rules and qualifications make it? It takes a supermajority or a unanimous decision to ever do anything on this. We could find ways to not touch this land, but that isn't the best use. It is a good idea to make this a conservation, easement. That's the right thing to do. We've gotten to this point, but to have that little bit of extra flexibility, because we do need to draw people to it. I mean, that's the whole idea here. Otherwise, not to trash it, not to overdevelop it, but simply to add to that feel of Mineral Springs and that holistic and medicinal and wellness feel. And I don't think 10 acres is enough. That's why I support the 20. But there's the motion. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. We ready to vote, or has anybody else got another 2 or 3 cents to throw in? If not, let us vote, folks. Probably a good idea.
To approve the proposed general terms and parcel map to facilitate development of a conservation easement between the city of Northport and Big Water Land Trust Incorporated for a portion of Warm Mineral Springs Park parcel, changing the carve out of 12 acres to become 20 acres.
And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Duval abstaining. Reason stated, or you want to?
Yeah, it's reason stated. I don't want to see any more acreage cut out.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Moving on. Oh, 9:30. Everybody good?
Yep.
Yeah, why don't we push forward a little bit? If you guys are good.
I'm good.
Good with that? Got a bunch to go, maybe. We're looking at B 25-2304, discussion and possible direction regarding funding options to respond to declared emergencies and disasters. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the first item of discussion tonight regarding one of the agenda items that failed in the special election. Staff is seeking direction if you would like us to explore any other available financial options for disaster recovery, or if you would like this item maybe placed on a future general election agenda going forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, commissioners. Put your names up there. There's a lot of area to cover. Commissioner Langdon, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. My recommendation would be that we put this item on every referendum in the regular election cycle until it passes. I think it's just a matter of time before it passes.
That it?
That's it.
Oh, man. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a tough one because if we were to deplete our funding during an emergency and we have no backup to go through, I mean, there's problems right now with FEMA not responded to, tragic sites with the tornadoes and this, that, and the other out there, and they got to suffer through it. So I agree with Commissioner Langdon that maybe we need to revisit this in another referendum election, but let's also do a little bit better and put a cap on it of, let's say, 15 million or whatever the number could be, or whatever, we discuss between now and then. But we have to have this tool in our toolbox just in case. And I know there's a lot of grumbling out there saying, well, we can make a state of emergency anytime. We can do this, we can do that. We're in our 133rd week from Ian, or whatever the case may be. But this is basically for cleanup and getting the roads back together again, and allowing people to get back to their lives. And if we don't have that, then we're just going to have stockpiles of, hey, look at all those trees laying over there. It's not very welcoming, especially if you've just gone through a hurricane. You want to see it get cleaned up. You want to see it go forward. So yeah, I'd agree with Commissioner Langdon on doing this, and got to do what we got to do. If not, we're going to be stuck holding the bag, and hopefully the citizens out there will understand, hey, they couldn't borrow money, and this is the best we could do because we're out of money now. So it is what it is. That's it.
You. Well, I'm definitely not in favor of going back out to referendum on this. In November, we asked the citizens for broad borrowing authority for emergencies, imminent infrastructure failure, and health and safety related. And we heard loud and clear, if we only asked for emergency borrowing in the event of natural disasters, this wouldn't have had a problem. Everybody would approve this. So that's exactly what we did, and as well as the projects that people asked for. Bring us back individual projects of infrastructure, and we would support that. But really, in my opinion, the referendums didn't get turned down because any of these were bad ideas. That's just because the The citizens don't trust us, don't like us, don't believe in us. And so this was a protest vote. And you know what? We should hear that. So with that in mind, I'm not an advocate of coming back at all on any of them. But what I am in favor of, and I think it's a worthy pursuit. Were we to establish the certificates of participation entity, which basically creates an entity that gives us the ability to borrow for whatever, but just creates that entity and gets it prepared. So in the event we have a natural disaster, we have the ability to validate whatever project we might be wanting to fund and be able to utilize this tool. It's the same tool that hospital boards, airport authorities, the county uses. I mean, COPS is something that is used universally all over the place. To have that established for us and have it as a ready tool, I think has some value. And despite some conversation to the contrary, that entity can serve as an umbrella entity for multiple transactions. So were it to be decided that the opportunity was there to do certain infrastructure projects, they would have to be brought through the proper process. They would have to be validated. They would have to dot their I's and cross their T's. It would give us a mechanism to do this. The same way every other municipality and county has the ability to do it. And I think there's some value in exploring that. And you know, in that vein, you know, we have subject matter experts and our legislative people who can assist us in that process. So, you know, I'll be making a motion down the road for that. But I think that we have to have some tool, some structured tool to be able to try to expedite the response in a natural disaster. Because otherwise, we are left purely to the devices of what reserves we have. Now, that was another alternative here. We could increase our reserves, our you know, our fund balance reserves. I mean, but you know, to do that, we need to accumulate the money. And where does that come from? Once again, our citizens. I'm not a big advocate of that. I'd rather have a structure set up so if, God forbid, we lost a water plant and couldn't provide drinking water, I would hardly think anybody in this city would be against us utilizing a COPS mechanism to be able to go to court, validate it, and get out there and fix the problem, or a bridge that went out. I mean, there it's a clear emergency need, but the facility would be ready to go. The entity would be ready. It would be set up, it would be structured, it would be in existence. It requires legislation on a local level. And I think that's worth pursuing. And I would like to think that, you know, staff can take a look at this and explore that alternative. Because other than that, I don't really see any other funding options. I mean, we got that memorandum with the laundry list of 5 or 6 different options, but for emergency disasters, what else is there? I mean, everything else requires referendum. Okay, after a natural emergency, how the heck are we going to do a referendum? So, you know, I think our hands are tied unless we want to take the position of let's just roll the dice. And we could do that. I mean, other municipalities do it. You don't have the money, you can't clean up. You know, infrastructure gets ruined, you have to suffer. You just can't do it. I mean, that is it's an option. It's not an option that I support, but certainly an option that we ought to think about and talk about, because, you know, just saying, well, we're going to talk about this down the road, it's just another kick the can issue. Okay, the citizens are not going to approve emergency borrowing. That much is clear. So at least if there's a structured entity ready to do kind of borrowing necessary once an emergency occurs, that might be a lot easier to facilitate and get accomplished. And I wouldn't want to have to spend a half a year setting that all up down the road after a natural disaster. So, Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. I too think that the COPS is a possible funding mechanism. And I hope that we're looking at it for each of these individual. I wouldn't want to see one COP set up that will cover everything. Because then I'm afraid that it might run away with us. Well, for the emergency borrowing, number one, citizens are angry, upset, untrusting, whatever. But in this case, for emergency borrowing, sometimes biting your nose off to spite your face isn't such a good choice. I personally believe that it was the wrong choice not to pass this, but we gave the citizens their option, and that's what they said. Along with this, I do believe that more or less we have to try to figure out a way to increase those reserves, because if we do get that major hurricane, if we do get those multiple hurricanes, those costs are going to be there. They have to be paid for somehow. We can't borrow the money. We can't borrow any money from FEMA that might be forgiven, and that's a shame. So if we can somehow do a combination for this item of the COPS and try to increase our reserves if we can, that's the best I can think of we could do.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Langdon?
Just a couple of quick ones. In terms of emergency borrowing, I think we saw an emotional decision on the part of our community. I think at some point in the future, cooler heads will prevail, and they'll see the wisdom of granting the city the authority to borrow in cases of declared natural disasters. I wouldn't put a limit on it. I mean, after Ian, it was 50 million just to clear debris. So if we put a limit on it, it would really negate the value of it. So I wouldn't do that. I agree with COPS. I think we really need to put that kind of process in place, but rather doing it in the absence of a real project. I think one of these projects lends itself, in my mind, to a COPS. So I'd rather develop that process and work it through with an actual project in mind, because we would accomplish the mayor's desire to have that all worked out just in case. And so I'm very supportive of that, but we should have a particular project in mind.
The attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify something, a certificate of participation is good for that debt being validated. So it's for a single project. You could not have there's a continuing COPS for any project. It would be specifically for a project. That's what.
How is it then that the county uses the same entity for multiple transactions? Each one is a separate transaction, make no mistake. They're separate transactions, to Commissioner Duval's point, okay? Each one is separate. Once COPS is set up, it doesn't mean you can just automatically start doing deals. Each one has to be validated. Each one has to stand on its own, but it falls in under the umbrella of a entity. If you go look at the county, and school, that's how they do it. They don't have 20 different corporations set up. They don't do that.
I'm saying each project itself would have to be validated.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But the creation of that corporation, that entity, with its board, with its executive director, with its outside bond counsel, with its financial partners out there in the community, establishing that network so that if you had a natural disaster or you had a project that lent itself, you could come back and do the legal process and vet it and get it approved and validate it with the courts and go through the process. But if you don't have that entity set up, then you're starting from scratch, and that can take 3 to 6 months or more time. After a natural disaster, that would be a serious world of hurt for a lot of people if there was some serious infrastructure that was affected. That's all I'm saying. That's why I say, I'm going to make a motion, if no one else does, at the end of this, once everybody speaks, to, to move these two ideas along, because Commissioner Duval made a good point. We do need to take a hard look at increasing reserves. We just have to understand what that means and in terms of money and how we do it and all that stuff. Anyway, I'll defer now, Commissioner Petro.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to suggest and maybe explore what COPS are. I'm sure some people don't even understand the acronym, let alone how it operates. And if I may, I can suggest to call Todd Miles, who's our legislative analyst. But he worked his professional life as a bond counsel for many years to many jurisdictions and in different states. He has a vast majority of experience. And I'm not looking for legal advice, but clarification what COPS are, what it is. I mean, what is it? Some people don't even understand. I did not understand before. Can we have Todd Miles come up and maybe give us the description of what it is and maybe educate us and the public and how it works? I don't know, maybe it's worth the time.
That within my authority? Mr. Miles, look forward to hearing from you.
Sorry.
Good evening, Todd Miles, your legislative analyst. How can I be helpful?
Maybe define what is COPS is or are.
Okay.
And how it works in real
So
format.
this acronym COPS stands for the phrase Certificates of Participation. And it is a way of structuring a borrowing transaction in order to accomplish the same purpose as issuing debt through the issuance of bonds, such as the city did for the price widening project. However, it's a way of doing it without issuing debt. And the way that's accomplished is the repayment obligation of the borrower is subject to appropriation. So in this case, if it was the city that was going to finance a project, its repayment obligation would not be the pledge of the city's faith and credit, which is an unconditional promise to pay, but it would be a contract to agree to appropriate money. The commission would have to appropriate the money in the budget every year in order to make the payments that are owed to the investors that bought these certificates. In order to accomplish setting the city up in that manner, a separate corporation would be created, such as the county school board uses, as the mayor referenced, for the financing of school facilities throughout the county. It's a not-for-profit. It would be created under state law. Typically, the city commission would be the board of directors. They'd be wearing a separate hat of a separate entity, just like the county school board members are the directors of the corporation that was created to finance school facilities in the county. And that corporation would undertake the financing of the project. It would go out and procure its own attorneys, its own financial advisor, its own investment bankers or underwriters to find investors. And it would enter into agreements with the city to finance the project on behalf of the city, to get possession of the site of the project. If the city owned the site, the city would have to lease it to the corporation. So the corporation has control of the site. Corporation would build whatever the project is, or if it's an existing facility, say a water treatment plant or something like that, the city would have to lease it to the corporation and lease it, the corporation would lease it back. So the city now has to make payments under this lease. And those payments, as I said, because they're subject to appropriation by the city commission every year, are not considered to be a debt. Because if the city commission should decide in any given year not to appropriate the money, it would not be obligated to pay it. However, like any landlord tenant situation where you don't pay your rent, you run the risk of the remedy of the landlord kicking you out of the facility. So at least on the documents in that arrangement, if this corporation were to finance a facility for the city and the city were not to make its scheduled payments, the corporation could cause the city to lose the right to possess that facility or use that facility. In reality, because this is a widely used financing mechanism throughout the country in many, many jurisdictions, including Florida, it's used for essential facilities. It's used to finance city halls. It's used to finance police facilities, water treatment plants. It's recognized that because those facilities are essential, it's highly unlikely that the city would not appropriate the money to make the payments. It's not going to want to lose the right to use those essential facilities. And because there have been so many of these transactions, the investment community that lends money to local governments and school boards through this mechanism recognizes that the risk of not getting paid is infinitesimal. They know it's not a debt. They know they didn't get the pledge, faith and credit by the borrower. They know that it has to be appropriated in the budget every year. However, they also know because it's an essential facility, the legislative body, in this case, if it was the city, the commission is going to make those appropriations every year. It's true that because that type of financing mechanism is not a debt, it's not a pledge of the city's faith and credit, it is more expensive in terms of interest rate to finance projects in that manner. However, and I'm speaking now just from my experience and having seen many of these transactions, typically the rating agencies, who, as you know, have assigned a rating to the city on its bonds of AA2, I believe it is, Moody's rating, they rate a COPS financing by the same entity, in this case, if it were the city, one notch below the city's bond rating. So in this case, if this is the city of Northport doing such a financing with a AA2 bond rating, it would get a AA3 bond rating from the rating agency, one notch below. And again, and this is common information that's available, the difference in the interest rate when you move down one notch is typically between 1 and 0.2% of interest. So you can do the math depending on how much you borrow in the transaction to figure out what 1 or 0.2% difference is each year. But that's the degree of additional expense that's associated with borrowing that in that manner. Does that give you kind of a general
Yep,
idea of how to set this up?
appreciate it.
Okay.
What else, folks? Anything else on this one? That's it. We got general comment? Public comment?
Yes, sir. Josh Smith.
Mayor Stokes, I truly appreciate you explaining how in your head this all went along. because I'm realizing now that when you guys take your notes, you use commas instead of periods. We said, only ask us for the right to borrow. Stop. I begged you not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I begged you. You need to ask for this thing, get it passed, prove to the citizens that you can be trusted with debt, and then ask for the other stuff. Donald Trump just got reelected. That's the world we're in. Everybody's excited about this Doge thing. Everybody's running wild with keeping government spending under control. And you guys went, nah, that's that world. This isn't our world. The cooler heads will prevail comment. You're correct. Eventually, if you continue to only ask for that, the citizens are going to go, finally, you're listening, and you'll eventually get it. But I want to get back to how we got here. I was a big supporter of the emergency funding. When you guys raced to stick a police station on there, and when you raced to stick a bunch of items on there before the CIP project list came out that you promised us we'd get first, you threw the baby out with the bathwater. You lost me. I don't know if you guys only spend time with people around here. I don't know what I have to do to get you out talking to the other citizens, because everybody I spoke to said, I'm for emergency borrowing if that's what they ask for. The Argus Foundation, I hope I get the name right, they support cities in borrowing. And even they went, hey man, you promised us a CIP list. I just get back to, what do we have to do? This citizens be damned mantra we've been running for a while is getting old. The answer is, if you have to set up a cops to do things, that's what you have to do. But the real answer is, let's stop running wild. Let's get some citizens back behind us. Let's see if maybe we can get emergency borrowing to pass on a normal election cycle. And that's it. That's all you asked for. And in another 2 to 4 years, you've proved to us you're stopped running wild. And then you're right, Barbara, cooler heads will prevail. But unfortunately, you didn't do the cooler heads will prevail. You did the citizens be damned, faster and harder method. Please stop doing it. I'm begging you. Thank you.
Pam Tokars.
I like to wing all this stuff. The 5 referendum questions, I get why you had to do the emergency borrowing in May, because we had to get it all done before hurricane season. However, the majority of the people thought that, hey, we already voted no in this in November, so we're voting no again. That was the herd mentality. And then, unfortunately, all the other 4 referendum questions suffered because of that one. And if you look at the election results that Matthew read, the majority of all 5 questions, there were 11,000 whatever votes. What meant everyone that went into that voter box voted on all 5 questions. They didn't just go in and vote on 1 question and leave. They voted on 5. So the majority of the citizens, they all said no. So now here we are with the emergency borrowing. And then most of the people I spoke to, no one knew we were having a special election. So it was all basically trying to educate people that I spoke to that, hey, we have an election. I sent out emails to my No Rezone group, my Toledo 320 group, with information directly right to some of these meetings, whatever. The link went right to the city's website. Robin and I put together a little flyer with the 5 referendum questions because everyone was getting confused. And it was just basically, here's the question, where's the money coming from, and will it raise my taxes? All that information came directly from the city website. The only one we had a problem with was this emergency borrowing. Where's the funding coming from? Will it come from FEMA? And then Robin was like, well, whatever doesn't come from FEMA, we're going to have to follow the debt policy, because there was no real clear information on how we were going to pay this emergency borrowing back if it didn't come from FEMA. So now if you look at that debt policy, you had to follow it. So now let's just say we have the police station that passed. We got that big bond out. We've got the waste transfer station bond. and now you got the water bond. If all three of those passed, and we have the Price Boulevard, what were we going to be able to do to finance this emergency borrowing? How much money were we going to be able to borrow? That was never really defined except for just follow the debt policy. So based on all that, everyone, yeah, it was a protest vote. They all said we voted no in November, so they all voted no again in May. So to bring this back, as I said, I think you have to do, get the public trust again and show them that, hey, this is what we're going to do. And that's the only thing that I can basically babble on about. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Balmer.
Hi, I'm Susan Balmer. I would just like to speak, I think for most of the people, we didn't vote this down. The city caused it to be voted down. We told you what was important to us. This is important to us, being able to have money to do what we needed to do in case of emergencies. That's important to us. But it all comes down to the fact that we don't trust. We don't trust you with making that decision right now. The idea of just keep putting it on until they vote for it, that I really resent that. I resent comments like, well, we're going to get it done anyway, so it doesn't matter what you think. Do you really think that you are gaining our trust with that kind of repertoire? Is that really representative of the city that we want to live in? You're okay with talking all the time about spending our tax dollars. Well, we are trying to tell you how we want our tax dollars spent. But I don't really think that you're listening all the time, not when we tell you and then you turn right around and spend 2 hours changing, what we have spent such a long time working so hard at trying to get your attention for how we want our city to be. We love it here, we live here, but until you have our trust, you're going to have a hard time. Before we said, we want you to be transparent. Tell us what's going on. Tell the people who live around Price Boulevard what's going to happen. Tell us about the rezoning. Tell those people who are not going to be able to build their house with it. You tried, but a scripted meeting trying to convince us is not being transparent. So maybe you need to go back and rethink how you feel that you are representing us. I just get tired of it. My head hurts just thinking about how do I get the message to you? It's you represent the citizens. You're okay, just keep that in mind.
Thank you, ma'am.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
We have any motions to make here? Vice Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to explore the COPS, facilitating a COPS entity, inclusive of the amendment that's been submitted to the attorneys for the amendment to Greenberg-Trout's agreement with the city to allow them to assist in the legislation required to establish COPS. I believe that amendment's already in the hands of city attorney. And additionally, to investigate the possibility of increasing our reserves and what all that might look like. That's my motion.
We have a motion on the floor. City Clerk, will you repeat that for the record?
I will try my best.
Thank you.
To direct the city manager to explore the certificates of participation, AKA COPS, inclusive of the amendment that's been submitted to the attorney, the Greenberg Trauss, to allow them to assist in legislation to the COPS and additionally to investigate the possibility of increasing our reserves and what that might look like.
Okay, hold on one second. City Attorney, go ahead.
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to as something that's been submitted to our office for review. I'm not sure what that is.
I believe City Manager forwarded a modification of the Greenberg Trout consulting agreement for lobbying to include public finance assistance and the facilitate, which would give them the ability to help facilitate the establishment of this. I mean, my understanding was, City Manager, you said you forwarded that on to City Attorney's office.
No, sir. I think I said we have discussed it being needed to be amended in order to accomplish what we're trying to do. I don't think I've seen an amendment. I didn't create an amendment.
All right, then just to, but the motion still stands as is. We'll just see to it that amendment is drafted.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay. And the motion has been seconded by Commissioner DeValle. Anything to this, commissioners? Please vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner Langdon dissenting. Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, I do support exploring COPS as a funding option, but I'd rather see it in line with a specific project. And I think one of the later projects lends itself really well to a COPS. So I wouldn't see trying to generically set that up to support emergency makes sense at this point. And then the other piece of it, which is taking a look at, what was the other piece of that? Taking a look at increasing the reserve. That would be a tax increase, right? So it would have to be. I don't know where it would come from. So
Mr.
I
Langdon
just think,
has the floor because she's responding. The vote's taking place. She
Right.
may finish speaking.
yeah, I'm just speaking to why I said no. And I would rather proceed with this item in a way that does not impact taxes. We have plenty of other situations in which we have no choice but to have the solution impact taxes. So I'm just much more supportive of, in the next election cycle, including this question again for resident approval.
Do you wish to make a motion? Make a motion. We're on this item.
Do we have to vote, right? We would have
No,
to vote.
well, no, we have this motion that was just passed, but if you wish to make,
Did we vote?
yeah.
No, we didn't vote.
No, 4-1, that's why you're
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We already
It's
voted.
getting late.
But if you wish to make a motion, regarding referendum, by all means.
I'll make a motion to include going back out to the community in the next election cycle, requesting their approval of our ability to borrow in response to declared emergencies or disasters.
Do I have a second? I'll second it for discussion. Anybody want to discuss it? City Manager, I'm sorry, you were up there.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. Mine was just for clarity. So on May 19th, I did respond back to Mr. Miles and I added Michael Golden. I did not include him on the email that he needed to look at the amendment before it went to Hayden. So it didn't go out of our organization, but it was also for COPS and P3 related to capital projects, not disaster recovery. Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard for me to support that at this time right now. We're looking at a year and a half away. We have a lot of stuff coming forward. I just don't want to jump on the bandwagon just because it got voted down before and it's just like, all right, we're just going to put it right back on the ballot again. Let's give it some time, some thought. Let's get some information coming back from the discussion that we just approved to see what angles we want to go to before we make that decision. We got plenty of time before we just say, yep, we're putting it on the referendum until you say yes. So I just wasn't in favor of that. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Petro.
Yes, I also, thank you, Mayor. I also do not approve to have even discussion, and it's too far away. I don't think there's any value to it. That motion to be even considered. However, I want to say that the need doesn't go away. However, we have to, I respect the voters and the way they voted. However, it does not minimizes or eliminates the need. If we have 2 hurricanes back to back, we're not going to be able to sustain ourselves. So it's just, it is what it is. And I know some people voted just to vote no. So however, we have to earn the trust. I'm willing and open to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner DeVal.
I just want to say I agree with the Vice Mayor. You know, just got turned down for the second time in 6 months. We've got time before that general election in 2026. Let's do what we can do now. And eventually, hopefully, people are going to realize that we are the only city in the state that cannot borrow without a referendum. And that need for emergencies is there. I say, give it time. Wait till the 2026 elections.
Anything else to this, Commissioners? We've already done public comments. Let's vote. And that gets defeated 4-1. Any other motions to be made on this item, or can we go along? We good? Do we want to, it's 10:18. Anybody need a health break here? An unhealth break? Been at it. 2 more hours, yeah. Let's take a quick 10. Puff them quick. Yep.
Place it out. What should they place out? What's the right thing? What's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit
Session.
in the container, that's garbage.
All right, moving on to, hang on a minute, where am I? 25-2305, discussion and possible direction following the May 13th, 2025 special election results regarding referendum question seeking to change residency requirements for the city attorney and city clerk and to move forward with the recruitment and final posting for the city attorney. City manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is asking for direction regarding the election results that said that the city attorney and city manager needed, city attorney and city clerk needed to reside within the city limits. And that would put our deputy director of our city attorney out of this conversation. So I did reach out to Doug Thomas, our SDR and our recruiting official. He did pass along the revised version of the form, which he said all your input was included. The only two changes he had to make was the removal of the residency conversation that was to happen with the public, as well as ensuring the price range of $190,000 to $220,000 was included in the brochure, which it is. So with the blessing of the commission, we will move forward with the advertisement and recruitment if you so wish, or you can also allow Mr. Golan to continue in the interim capacity for as long as you choose. And he is willing to do it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anybody weighing in on this? Mr. Langdon?
I'm ready to make a motion when you are.
Okay. Well, I would say, anybody else want to say anything on this? All right. Go ahead, make your motion there.
We do have public comment,
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry, excuse me.
Okay. Josh Smith.
I hear the huffing. It's okay. I'll be quick. I'm going to use my hundreds of hours of corporate force HR training to help you here. When you ask to remove a leader of the city from being forced to live within that city, and he makes at least double what the average person makes, it comes off as, it doesn't sound right. We're back to that it doesn't sound right thing. He makes more than enough money to move here. I'm sure it's family. I'm sure there's a reason. The reason I'm coming up here to speak tonight is I've heard rumors that we're just going to leave him as an interim. I'm back to the listen to the voters thing. You get what I'm saying here? Please use a Q-tip, start listening. Please do not just leave him as an interim. He seems like a great guy. He's probably amazing at the job, but let's start doing that thing that we need to do. Thank you.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate it. Entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll roll with it. I move to direct the city manager to proceed with the recruitment process, finalize the job posting for the city attorney position to include confirming the job description, salary range, and desired qualifications, identify appropriate channels for advertising the position, and a proposed timeline and process for candidate review, interviews, and final selection.
Second. Anything to that, commissioners? If there's nothing to it, let us vote. And that passes 5-0. There we go. Moving on, D, 25-2306, discussion and possible direction regarding funding options for the police department headquarters project. City manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is the next item on the agenda that failed in the public election on May 13th for the police headquarters. We are seeking direction if the commission would like us to explore alternative financing options to include COPS and P3, public-private partnerships especially, including also state revolving fund and different items that may be available. The city did receive on Friday a public-private partnership proposal. And if you remember through the process at Warren Mineral Springs that we did a year or so ago, the proposal has been submitted. The next step is for me to analyze the city's interest. And I know we are interested based on the item that we're talking about. Then the commission would review the item. I would place the item on an agenda meeting for your determination to whether to accept or reject the proposal for a substantive review. And then once you decide that, we will go from there and follow the P3 process, if you so decide, where it would then be qualified as a qualifying project, et cetera, et cetera. We seek your direction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners? Speak now or forever. Vice Mayor, you're up.
Yeah, on this solicitation that came in, have numbers been put on that solicitation? Are they looking at the current numbers that we were looking at going forward, or do we not know that information yet?
On my review of it, I did not see a number that was on it. I could be mistaken, but we just got it on Friday afternoon. So I will make sure that the information that we need for you to be ready to make a decision once it is brought to you is available or able to be spoken to at that time.
It is Tuesday, sir.
Monday was a holiday. I was with you half of the day.
I'm just teasing. The reason I asked though, sir, is once we get into these conversations, you know, we were looking at the $115 million price tag. A lot of conjecture has gone into that discussion, especially from the public, this, that, and the other. But we had already vetted this decision moving forward, like last year, and what we wanted to do. So I just wanted to ask, because we do have that solicitation, was it amiable to what we're going and what we're looking at now? But I guess we'll get that information in the future. Therefore, really wouldn't want to change any direction that we have going forward at this point.
I think you, as a board, would have a direct impact on the number and amount that you are willing to negotiate to build up to, whether the 115, which is what we had on the ballot, or whether it was 100 million, because that's a number that you now feel more comfortable to, or a number lower than that. I mean, I think you would have that sort of flexibility to direct what size, type, design that you have to go.
And that's what I'm getting at. I would like to have these discussions with the P3 participants and that not commit to something now because we don't know what their response is going to be, either higher, lower, or whatever the case may be. I look forward to having those conversations. And like you said, we can deviate from plan A and go to plan B at that time.
Today, you would only be deciding to move forward with that as a process potential.
Part of the process of the
Correct.
multiple processes that
Correct.
you're looking to use.
I would recommend that you explore the P3 and the COP process simultaneously.
No, absolutely.
As you explore both of them, you will get down the road where you will decide at some point, based on their different process cycles, you know what, this is the one that looks more like what we want to deal with in order to build it. Whether it's cost, time, who builds it, who runs it, lease payback. They're both two different structures that both could sort of, as Mr. Miles came and outlined the COP process, that as you get into it, you'll learn more about it, whether it's through our PFM financial advisors, whether it's our bond counsel, they'll be able to get you going to where you want to be.
Right. And I know that you and I discussed in the one-on-ones about a timeline.
Yes.
And talking about, you know, getting some of this information back to us, not as quickly as possible.
Right.
But, I mean, maybe after we come back from our recess or our hiatus in August and we go to get into the fall months, that maybe we can get some of this information coming back, maybe a 90-day window or something like that.
I think as you make the decision and you say, you know, let's do the P3, it involves you in that process. If you remember, there was a qualifying project and we came back, there was like 4 or 5 questions that had to be satisfied. It will continue to run down the runway. The COP process, the people that we're talking to, whether it's PFM or our bond counsel, they have the blueprint of how to get those done. We will just need to bring them in and speak in front of you to outline what they see as their process wheel and timeline as well. But
I just wanted to put this out here as information so the public knows that, you know, hey, we've got avenues that we must research, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Is research those avenues and see where we can get to.
Yes, sir.
That's all I had, Mayor.
Anyone else? No one else. Going once, twice, 3 times. Any public comments?
Yes, sir. All right. Pam Tokars.
Hello again. Of all the referendum questions, this was the one that had the highest percentage of no votes. And I believe the reason why was the dollar amount. there was a lot of citizens that could not get behind the $122 million that we were going to spend for this. I believe if it was a little lower, they would. The citizens do support the police. Some of them do believe, that we do need a bigger station for them because of what happened over at the original one now. But, they also came up with other ideas. They were mostly, why can't we have substations? And I know that was addressed, that it wasn't feasible. However, if you're looking at New York City, Chicago, any of those bigger cities, they all have police precincts and they pretty much work. So I don't know why that wouldn't be able to work for us here as a way to save money. And then again, like I had suggested before, if you build it out 2 floors, reinforce it so that it'll support a 3rd floor. We don't need the shell space right now. So that when ready for the shell space, add it on at a later date. So that was it. And I know there's some items in there that might be able to be eliminated. I know the covered parking had a reason for it, but maybe that could be scaled down. A place for the canines, and I heard that they need it so that if someone goes away, we have a trainer for the canines, and he would be the most appropriate person to house these canines at when their handlers are on vacation. And they already know. So this way, if you have that canines on site, then you're going to pay for someone to take care of them, out, bring them out, and whatnot. So that's another added expense as well. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Josh Smith?
This one was the main reason that you got a no vote from me on all 5. City manager, when you said to me, I don't care how you're going to vote, I'm building it anyways. Every person I know changed their mind on this. Everybody. I don't know a ton of people, but I know enough that out of 11,000, you lost a big chunk. Deputy Chief and I spoke one night after a meeting, and I said, you got to get him to stop saying that. And then somebody decided to put back the blue signs up around the city, and you scanned the little QR code, and pretty much if you didn't vote for this, you didn't back the blue. That upset another group of people. We have got to find a way to stop shooting ourselves in the foot when it comes to getting citizens on our side. I've joked around. We need to put the city seal and change it to the cart before the horse. We have got to start communicating with citizens in a way that is not you be damned. Because that's how it sounds to us. That's why I keep saying, listen to how it sounds. I want you guys, when you get here at 7 a.m., I know you don't, but whatever, sit at home, drink your coffee, listen to the meeting the night before, and put on your I'm the Citizen hat. You can hear how you sound. The mayor at one time said, as long as I'm on this board, this project will never cost more than this dollar amount. And the reply I got from a group of friends was, God has spoken, huh? That's how you guys sound to us. So please, start listening to how you sound. The 122 million was an insane number from the start. The citizens told you that's an insane number. You guys got through your election cycle. You knew you had the votes you needed. You did it. Please, please, please take these opportunities. Lower the price of this thing enough to where the cops get what they need. But we're not talking about shell space for 35 years from now. We're praying that we get enough commercial to pay for this thing. We're praying it continues to build out. It will eventually. We'll get there. I keep hearing, let's get some citizens in the future to pay for it. Unfortunately, I'm the one paying for it until more citizens move in. That's how these things sound to people. So just please work on the rhetoric. I keep hammering you on this because I would love to hear you guys speak and me go, thank you.
Jerry Nicastro.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. Police station is valid. It's needed. Now, people are complaining about how much it costs, but yet the taxpayers didn't complain too much when we spent over $200 million in Moreland Park for a new school. And what is the value of a life or public safety? And then the other thing that I noticed here too was part of this is about this building, and part of this is about who aggravated who and who gets their 15 minutes of fame or shame. We had people out at the polls this past election that weren't even from Northport sitting there telling Northport residents, vote no, and they were from Venice. I know because I worked those polls. Now, I don't say too much, but this is a disgrace. People need to grow up and put your community first, not your 15 minutes. Men's and women's safety and lives are on the line here, and people are talking about a dollar amount. But we've had, in the past couple of weeks, we've had shootings from people outside of our community, but yet these brave men and women in blue responded, did their job. But yet we're going to say to them, hey, it's too much, so you know what? Let's get you half of a police car and you can respond that way, because you don't need the other half because it's going to cost too much. Or, you know what? We'll give you the gun, but forget the bullets. This is ludicrous. Thank you. Public safety comes first. We need the building. It's time people grow up. Thank you.
Mike Morales.
I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. Obviously, I'm in full support of building this police station, no matter, the cost to me is insignificant, and the amount that we're talking about and differences, whether it could be cut down or brought up overall, is insufficient over time and how it's spread out in the actual cost difference. So this is kind of a moot point, in my opinion. If anything showed in the past is that what you've built here, previous commissions in this chamber, in the city hall, in the building department, planning and zoning, as well as the current police department, was underdone. So now we're looking at, okay, we're going to do this again now. Are we going to project it out for the right amount that's needed, also for what we can't foresee? And city manager, as far as speaking out at what was mentioned earlier, there were studies done by different people that have nothing to do with this commission that said this is what this city needs. They don't know how we're operating what we have been operating with for the last 6, 7, 8 years. So if they're saying this is what we need and we don't do it, or we short it, and you don't build it to the full potential of what it's needed and what they're saying it needs to be done, it could be liability issues, because they told you what you needed to do. And if you don't do it, that becomes a liability. If something really bad goes down in the city and things can't be staffed right or done correctly. So I encourage you to do what you need to do. Spend the money, do it right. Don't look back and say, we wish we could have, like we did in these two buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So we're looking at any motions here.
I'll make it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I move to direct the city manager to explore certificates of participation, COPS, public-private partnerships, P3, state revolving fund, SRF loans, bank loans, and lines of credit, increasing fund balance reserves and pay-as-you-go, financing for the new police department headquarters project, and to bring back the findings and recommendations for further discussion and possible action at a future meeting.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. Discussion? Any more discussion? You ready to vote? Let's vote, folks. That passes 5-2-0. Moving on. E. 25-2307, discussion and possible direction regarding funding options for the solid waste transfer station. City manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is another item that failed on the special election on May 13th. It is an item that we have expressed the need for and outlined it. We asked for your direction on how to move forward. The P3 proposal that we received on Friday afternoon includes this item as well. So you may want to consider that as a possible pathway as we explore the alternative financing options for this project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, question for the city manager. I know that we're looking at all sorts of alternate funding options for this. I'm glad to hear that P3 is actually looking at this as well. But did we ever take into consideration and look into if a rate increase was needed in solid waste, what that number would look like, and you know, how it will work out in the future years to be able to finance this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor. That was explored during this exercise. Mr. Speaker's coming down. I'm not sure if we know the exact amount or time frame, but I know that that information will be coming back to you as one of the options going forward. It was always not considered a tax to get this particular facility constructed, but a rate assessment was in the conversation of how to get it funded.
The reason I ask that is because it is a possible venue to go ahead and get this done if anything else did not happen.
Correct.
You should have left when you had a chance, Chuck. No, I just wanted to make sure that that's out there for the public too. If any of these others fail, that could be our last line of defense on getting this done, is a rate increase in the solid waste budget.
Do we know exactly how much or and how long, Chuck?
Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. So we're looking at a 10% increase this current year, and then a methodology starting very shortly to figure out what that would look like in the upcoming years to meet that goal for the transfer station funds.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Duval.
Yes, Mr. Speak, that 10%, what would that come out to per year per customer?
It's about $32
Okay, all right,
per
thank you.
customer. Residential customer,
How many customers do we currently have?
somewhere around 40,000.
About 40,000, okay, thank you. I kind of came up with, something like that. I thought $25 a year per 40,000 customers. I came up with that number, that in my head. That's $1 million. That could be one of the ways we could fund this. Another way, I know a lot of people aren't going to like that I'm saying this, but we are considering a registration fee for empty lots. Okay, and that fee is going to cover taking care of the dead trees that are a danger. But it's also going to give some revenue to the city. If you go to those 40,000 empty lots at $100, okay, that's about $4 million right there. Maybe we could take $1 million or $2 million a year out of that and dedicate it to the transfer station. Because this transfer station is important. It's going to save money in the long run. And whatever way we can do to get it done is just going to be to the benefit of the city. So those are my ideas.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This particular project, in my mind, lends itself the best to a COPS approach. Short of bonds, COPS is the least expensive way of financing a project. This particular project, of all of them, came very, very close to passing, and it wouldn't impact millage rates. So for all of those reasons, I would suggest that we explore COPS and I guess public-private partnerships partnerships, which we assume are going to be more expensive, but that we take a look at the impact of both approaches for this particular project. And then to the mayor's point of wanting to develop that COPS methodology and sort of having gone through it and having a structure in place, this is the project that I would recommend we use as that test case. And then if sometime in the future we do access COPS in an emergency, we sort of have that process all worked out, and it would be a shorter time to market.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Langdon. This, to me, this is the perfect project for COPS. A big reason is the ROI makes so much sense. If you delay this for every year, you're talking 8 to 10%. So if our rough number was 14 million, we had a not to exceed number in the referendum for that. And we could build it for that if we could move on it, but we can't. So every year you wait, you're tacking on. If you're, looking at a couple of years, you're looking at 17 million. 3 years, 4 years, you're looking at 20 million. So timeliness is important. Accumulating a few million here, a few million there doesn't work for this. This project makes so much sense. The ROI on this is less than 10 years. By the time, if we were to use COPS for say even something like the police headquarters or another bigger project in utilities or whatever, if we saw the fit, by the time we got to that, we would probably have this paid off. That's how positive a project this is. The opportunity to save, what was it, $13 million over 5 years? And that's not even accounting for how much outside business, once we're up and running, we could get, because it would be, the premier solid waste management system in Southwest Florida. This is just such an incredibly good project. What a shame it didn't pass. But yeah, I concur with Commissioner Langdon. I think we need to go down both paths, look at COPS and look at the P3 options there. I just hate to turn over too much of the money on this project to a third party. That's why I'm a little reticent. But again, you don't know until you look at the deal. So I say we pursue both avenues and move it along. Mr. Duval.
Yes, I agree. Some combination of the COPS along with maybe a rate increase, to help. We have to appropriate the money every year to pay off that COPS, okay? Take it from that fee increase. The one thing I forgot to mention was for these referendums, both for this issue and the one that we're going to discuss next, one of the big complaints was that we did not have the final estimates of what it was actually going to cost. It was $14 million, but nobody, the final design wasn't done. We didn't know if it was really going to cost 20 million. I would like to see, as soon as possible, get those final numbers in so that we know what we're talking about. That's all.
If I could speak to that. The process we're using is a CMAR process was the intent for the transfer station. So we build to that cost. So as we design to that 14 million or the 10 million or the 15, whatever that number is where we design to. So we're not worried about overrunning that number because that's the number we've already had our consultants tell us. This is, we told them what we're looking for. They said they're typically, it's going to be this much. We're going to design to that much. We're not going to run over. So those costs are controlled, and that's the benefit of that process.
It's a not to exceed.
It's basically a not to
Which is
exceed.
why we put in the referendum not to exceed 14 million. The same thing with 17 on the wastewater.
Correct. And we'll work with our consultant as far as the methodology that we work on to bring back other options for assessment and funding that we'll bring back to the board when that's complete.
Thank you, Director. Dimitri, Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question about 10%. Was that 10% as a result of the referendum result? The hike, the increase? The
So that 10% is, now that the referendum has failed, I have to account for starting to save money to build a transfer station if we're going to be a pay-as-we-go. If these other options don't work out for us, we still have to operate as a business. It's also to start funding more trucks and more people. Because as we said the whole time, we're growing. Transfer station was to keep our trucks and people in town so we wouldn't have to expand our fleet and our staff. That didn't happen. So now we're looking to expand fleet and staff to keep up with the growth of the city.
We foresee lowering the 10% once we achieve that number of dollars that we needed to build, or it's gonna stay there?
So once the transfer station is built, we'll recognize those efficiencies and we'll be able to see if we can scale back at that point. It's going to really depend on the growth of the city, but that would be the time that we could look at our efficiencies as far as reducing the amount of trucks and staff.
It's unfortunate that this item failed. This is one of the items I was hoping to be passed, because this project is not a pay-as-you-go project, because we're losing money. We're saving the money, but we're losing more money by delaying the project.
Yes, sir.
Construction cost is going up every year. So if other options are chosen or other option would be provided, will that 10% stay, or it's going to be, will that 10% fall away? Or
we would work that back through our methodology. So the methodology is going to be based for us to get to the point of a transfer station being built, whether we have to stack that money over the next several years or if we're using that money as a payment. So that 10%, as the commissioner mentioned, would, if we were to borrow the money through some other source, that 10% could be used for that payment that you're going to have to pay, right? So the 10% is built in already.
this is the project I want to the public know that this is one of the ways the city can make money if off of this transfer station. And this project has been in design and in talks since 2014.
I think it was a little longer than that, but it has been around for quite some time.
Yes, and the main complaint was that the design is not ready, but it's, as I understand, it's over 80% complete. It's almost upon the completion of the design. Is that correct?
Well, we're still working through design, but again, we're designing to a number. So we're not concerned with overrunning costs on this design.
Yes,
You know, we're designing for function, not, you know, we need the transfer station. We know what we need to operate now. Any expansion to that station would happen in the future, but we're designing to a number that's going to sustain our population as it is, and it's growing.
And I just want to state it publicly that this project and Public Works actually can make money off of this project. And this is a perfect candidate. This project is a perfect candidate for consideration of COPS. I don't want to wait 2 years to put it on the ballot. I mean, this was so close to be passed that I'm very disappointed. It's a fiscal responsibility. I cannot go any other way but to vote yes on this. So it's just as logical as it can be. I mean, this is no brainer. And we as a city, we're making money off of a recycling system, thanks to Frank Lama.
Yes, sir.
But we got to recognize the people who did contribute. And as if I'm not mistaken, it's $50 per ton we're saving it.
Actually, a little more than that. We've had some good returns the last couple of months where the recycling companies actually had to cut us a check.
So we're making money, and we
correct.
This is a prime example that I cannot go but to vote for this. And I encourage the commission to look into the least costly price. I mean, this is from what we've heard from Todd Miles. It's just going to be a little bit more than regular public bonds. It's just going to be 0.1%. So I think we should consider that as a first project, or one of the first ones. That's all for me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything else to this item? Public comment?
Josh Smith?
I know it's getting late, but I gotta talk on this one because this one hurt me in my soul. I begged you not to screw this one up, man. God, does this one hurt? This is as near and dear to me as you can get. This is how I make my money, is keeping these trucks on the road. And we just, oh, you guys kill me sometimes, man. This one hurt. I agree with you guys. It needs to be cops. It needs to be whatever it needs to be. This thing is the greatest thing you can do for this city in terms of getting some money back in. That it really needed to pass, and I hate that you guys dropped the ball on this one. So please find a way to get it funded, and let's get this thing rolling. Thank you.
That is all.
All righty then, apparently the mayor disappeared. Yeah, do we have anything else out there?
Want me to hand you the?
Any other thing from the commissioners? Then I'll be
Could
looking.
I venture a motion?
Yeah, I'll be looking for a motion.
I move to direct the city manager to explore the certificates of participation and a possible solid waste fee increase to pay for that COPS agreement. And to bring it back to us for future discussion at a future meeting.
A second for discussion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. City clerk, that's that.
To direct city manager to explore certificate of participation, COPS, and a possible solid waste fee increase to pay for that COPS agreement and to bring it back to commission for future discussion at a future meeting.
That motion was made by Commissioner Duval, seconded by Commissioner Lagnat for discussion, but city manager is in the queue. I'm going to put the city manager on notice and then pass it back to Mayor Phil.
Just to be clear, the rate assessment option will be a budget option, so you'll be able to see that one. But I encourage you to put a P3 option in that motion as well, because it is included in the one we received on last Friday. Thank you.
That's why I seconded for discussion. If the motion maker would be open to an amendment, I'd like to amend the motion and add the evaluation of a public-private partnership as part of that evaluation.
I'll go along with that for discussion. I am not in favor of a P3 for this. I don't want to give up any of our revenue to somebody else.
But it would be helpful to see for comparison's sake, though, so we can see the benefit.
Yeah, I will agree to her amendment.
Right. So we
Where
should
we
vote
at?
on the amendment?
Voting on the amendments first. And that passes 5-0. Now we're voting on the main motion
As amended.
as amended. And that passes 5-0. All right, moving on. 2F, 25-2308, discussion of possible direction regarding funding options for the effluent pumping station and pipeline project. City manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff is seeking direction of exploring possible funding alternatives for this particular project of the pumping station. A few things about it. One, it was also included in the P3 proposal that we received on last Friday. Also, whatever method that we choose, if we decide to explore it, this item would need to be first in line due to the consent order that we received from the Department of Environmental Protection. We would make sure that this project gets done so we don't incur any other fines or costs associated with us not being in compliance with the DEP. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I jumped on this one first because there was one thing I noticed in the proposed motion that wasn't included as an option, and I'd like to at least learn more about it. The West Villages Improvement District has significantly excess capacity in their deep injection wells up in Welland Park. And I know our previous utilities director had discussions with Chairman Lazinski regarding the technical aspects of that possibility, like, basically egghead to egghead, engineer to engineer. And it is a doable project, so I have been told, but I'd be real interested to know what, if any, conversations have taken place with the city, and obviously what the interests West Villages Improvement District would have in exploring this. I understand for a number somewhere in the $6-7 million range, the infrastructure could be created to allow that water, that excess water in the wet season at Pan American to be pumped up to Welland Park. Now, I don't know all the details or any of the details, but I'd love to know if that's even a viable option. And I don't know that there's been any discussion, so I'd love to see staff address that in some way, shape, or form.
Good evening, Tricia Wisner, Interim Utilities Director. We do have a meeting to begin discussions with West Villages, not this week, but next week. We're also looking for consideration for state revolving fund loans. Those would be highly weighted for us based upon the consent order. The P3 would be a great opportunity, and so would COPS for this.
Chris, the revolving loan possibilities for funding, though, require a referendum. I mean, it's a charter issue.
There has been some consideration for that because this would be similar to an agreement between two governmental entities, so we're still evaluating the referendum need for that.
Okay, so it may be something a little unique.
So, Jason Yarbrough, Deputy City Manager, if I remember right, underneath a previous, underneath John Lewis, the city went through a bond validation process for the issuance of, what is it, SBIA loans at 0% interest for the expansion of Sumter Boulevard. So the city has already kind of had, and didn't go out to the voters for a vote. So a precedent has kind of been set in one way about going after, you can make an argument that while they're called SRFs, they're really a contract between the city and the state of Florida. So whereas the SBIAs, I think, are federal loans at 0% interest. But so it's something to explore. Obviously, it's going to require legal eyes, and if you were to go that route, I would definitely recommend a validation process through the court system for SRFs. But we had conversations with our bond counsel about. They said, well, it's not a no, but it is gray, and that was something that needed to be cleared up through a validation process. And the good news, though, not good news. The taking lemons and making lemonade is that by being on the consent, having a consent, it allows you to kind of skip to the head of the line for that funding. Well, it's given heavy consideration.
And with regard to, I would just say, with regard to any exploration you might have with WVID, I mean, I'd really want to understand what is it they're exactly looking for. Nobody does anything for free, so it makes me wonder. I mean, I see all the good that they have done up in Welland Park, but nobody does anything for nothing.
Well,
what do they want, and what kind of control are we talking about?
Well, I think we're all in the same boat. We all want to know what they want. We're not there yet. We're going to find out.
Man.
We're going to go find out.
Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, P3 is certainly one of the options, and I would include, maybe technically it's not a P3, the West Villages option, but I kind of group it there. So I think for this project, it's potentially a P3. I'm not quite sure about that loan thing. That sounds terrific, but I'd also like to see, as part of the evaluation of this, we've got to find the money now. So it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, which is how we've rolled historically. I'd like to understand what the impact would be. What other projects would we have to shelve in order to pay for this? Because this needs to happen, and it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
We have already robbed Peter and to try to pay Paul. There are a list of some projects that are in there, but really improvements to the plants that are needed. So we've had to push them off a few years so that we can recoup some revenues. The cost for price was higher than expected. The cost for the utilities admin building was higher than expected. That has really depleted all of the funds that had been built up over the years. So those projects had to be pushed out so that we could move any remaining funds to meet the obligations of this consent order.
Mr. Duval?
Yes, I just wanted to expound upon the idea that this has got to be done first. I mean, I really want that transfer station, but, the bigger government above us has already looked at us and said, hey, you guys did a bad thing. And we're going to start giving them money, possibly, and getting nothing for it. So this does have to be at the top of the list.
Commissioner Petro?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Manager, when you said 0% interest, you caught my attention. How do we proceed that, and how do we do that? And how do we expedite? And what do we have to do as a commission?
My apologies, Commissioner. I didn't mean to get your hopes up. That was for Sumter. That was the widening of Sumter. That was a different program than the State Revolving Loan Fund administered by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. But I've seen interest rates from 2 to 3%. I haven't really seen a loan given out by SRF higher than 3.5%. They intentionally keep them low. It wouldn't be 0%. I was using that as an example of where we did something kind of similar without by going through the court system for validation of that loan.
Sure.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be. I doubt it would be 0%. Although they have a little. They don't do grant, but what they do sometimes is principal forgiveness of the loan, which in essence is a grant.
Retroactively.
Yeah, that can happen, and we'll ask for it.
Maybe because this was failed item as well, that's a blessing in disguise. We might get better rates.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're gonna ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars if we're given direction to pursue that.
I just don't want to pay any fines to the EPA.
Typically, they start off nice. They'll fine you. They'll let you use the fine towards solving the problem. But when you start missing your delivery deadlines, then the fines get more aggressive and more mean and higher, and then bad things happen to you when you start missing the timeline, because they kind of make you go pick your own switch for beating you by telling you, well, you tell us what the timeline is. Okay, now it's written in stone. And now if you miss the timeline that you developed and told them you were going to execute on, that's when bad things start happening.
So as a commission board, do we have to do anything, or you can proceed on your own?
We need direction of the list of things that you want us to pursue, like the State Revolving Loan Fund, COPS, P3s, WVID. I would recommend you allow us to pursue all 4 of them just to see what shakes out, because, that's what I would recommend.
And SRF would be included in that list as what?
That's what I'm asking for. That's what I would recommend.
Do we specifically specify that?
I don't. Y'all been pretty specific so far. I wouldn't stop now.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
It's getting
So-
late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. Public comment?
Josh Smith?
You guys ain't seen me in a while. This is the one project that needed to wait for a CIP list to come out. We're back to that shooting ourselves in the foot thing. I know you're getting tired of hearing it, but I don't think you've quite heard it enough. This was one of those things that if a CIP project list pointed it out, it wouldn't have been on the tax watch thing to look at. This would have breezed on through. This is the one that you guys need to tomorrow look at and go, we missed because we got too greedy. Please, 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 I'm begging you from the depths of my soul, start looking at things from a, how do we make sure that one of our friends can't hurt us here? I mean, when that tax watch thing came out, it literally said, you should have waited for a CIP. That's how it read out. You guys got to start when you say we're not going to do anything until we want this. We are not going to do anything until we get the CIP list. And then you go, we really didn't mean what we said. You lose everybody. The bus has left the station. You guys are standing in the rain. So I'm going to keep hammering you on this. Please start doing what you say. It breaks my heart that you guys lost as many people as you did when you didn't wait for that CIP list to come out. I know you had one referendum. I know it cost money. I know all of that. I see him smiling. I'm going to keep hammering you on it, man. It breaks my heart. So please, please start doing things in the right order when you speak. Thank you.
That is all, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Entertain them. Oh, city manager.
I think the citizen may have been in Germany when we had the meeting, but we did have the meeting. We had the CIP list about a month ago. It was $2.1 billion for the next 15 years. So we did have that. We can give it to you. We can show you the minutes where we had it online. But we had a meeting.
You didn't have it with enough time.
All right, let's move on.
Let's move
That's
on.
it. Move on. Entertaining motions.
I'll give it a shot. I move to direct city manager to explore certificates of participation, public-private partnerships, and that would include the West Villages option, state revolving fund loans, and increasing fund balance reserves for this particular project.
Got a second? Second. Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Langdon. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's nothing else to it, let us vote. Five, nothing. This passes. Move on to general public comment.
There is none.
Hallelujah. With that, move on to Commissioner Communications. Commissioner Duval, you're up first, sir.
I attended the city Memorial Day observance yesterday. Last week, I attended the first quarter service awards ceremony here. And I also attended our Career Connect job fair at Mullins Center, and I was amazed at the number of people that are looking for employees. I think that's a good sign. That's it for me.
And Commissioner Langdon.
I will be submitting my May activity list to city clerk next week.
Vice Mayor. Nothing for you. Commissioner Petro.
Nothing for me.
All right, and for me, went to the first quarter service awards presentation. Went to the Economic Development Career Connect job fair. And it was well attended. That was really excellent. I think somewhere along here, I also went up to the county EDC economic forecast annual meeting and found that very interesting. The telling tale was we can look forward to uncertainty. Works for me. Anyway, other than that, that's all I've got. Oh, yeah, actually, I do have one other thing. Hang on 1 second, bear with me. So we can get the date. Let's see. Well, it'll be up there anyway.
Need a time extension there? You're
Yeah,
setting this up?
I do. I'm trying to find a date. I booked the date in June. It'll be posted, it'll be all over social media, to continue town halls, which I said I would do after the referendums. And, the first one to be at Shannon Staub, it's like 6 to 7:30 at night. I just can't pull up the exact date, sometime in June, but I'll get it posted. And probably a good topic to begin on will be like trust. So we can talk about why all our citizens say they supported all these particular projects and emergency borrowing, but they said no because they don't trust us. They don't trust city staff. They don't trust the city. So I would say that probably that's not a bad place to start having some conversation to see if we can't find a way to start communicating. Because without that communication, there isn't an end in sight for this continued dysfunctionality that's going on between the city residents and the city commission. Other than that, moving on to administrative and legal, anything out of city attorney, city manager,
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
city clerk?
No, sir.
Well, then it is my pleasure at 11:25 to adjourn this meeting.